Hello, hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching on YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/OtakuSmile2. And if you are watching on YouTube and you'll like to see, maybe leave a like, maybe leave a comment. Remember, everyone will subscribe. And if you don't like to see, feel free to leave a dislike and tell me why. Either way, I hope you're having a wonderful day. And let's get into this. Let me switch to music really quickly. Give me 1 mini second to change the music. Hopefully you can hear me. I have no idea. I'll leave it alone for now. Takes too long, but I'll have to go check later. But for now, we'll go just assume that, obviously. Yeah. Alright. Alright, let me get the game up and rolling. There we go. Alright. So, I don't remember what I was doing. I think I was working on the stuff here. Yeah. I was working over here. I mean, that's so cool looking. I mean, I'm super happy with that. I'm gonna need to go further along than that, but... And now I gotta be concerned that the sound is gonna be off. Give me a second, let me check that. I wasn't gonna, but yeah, I get... When it starts being glitchy like that, it's always best to go check. Unless there's someone here to tell me, and I don't think there is currently, so... just need to make this quickest of checking adjustments. Gonna wait, and then I'll check, and then I'll be good. But yeah, I mean, like, I wanna go down here, probably. I mean, obviously it won't really go very far down, because as we saw on the other side, it's, yeah, but, I mean, still, it'll work, right? It'll work. Okay, yep. Everything sounds like it's working fine. Good. Check, because you never know. I'm not gonna let the... Oh, I can't hear the music. Oh, I guess it's probably because... Don't know if we can actually hear it or not. Here's hoping. But, like, I mean, obviously I'm doing all these little things in there and all that, and having the little buildings, just to kind of have, like... But I like the idea of it just kind of going... Ow. Kind of like this, maybe it does the same thing on the other side. And obviously you wouldn't actually see this, and eventually I'm going to add bars and that'll all work out well, but... It does look good, though, until you get close. Yeah, maybe I should also work on finishing these, so that we can really get a good look at how it would look on the, this side. I kind of like that idea of starting today like that, just because I think it'll look... I mean, I know it'll look amazing. Alright, I've got stairs. Let me just grab a bunch of this. Yeah, I have everything I need. Nice. Because I think it'll look really good once you've got everything in. Oh, you know, as long as I'm sitting here anyway. Because that goes like that, right? I mean, it really looks super good. So, alright, let's just start with what we need. There we go. Hopefully I have enough. There we go. Oh, I should probably also put something on the top, I've realized, but I'm not doing it right now, so it's fine. It's just, I have to go like, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, and pretend I'm not like concerned that's gonna, oh, you know, I need these. Alright, so I did that row. I suppose I don't really need that right now. We'll just fill that in like so again. The outsides are these. Doesn't really matter how you do that, and then you just do like this on the inside. This is just the center. Do it again. Like so. Then it's the opposite here. And then you do it again the other way again after going up again. Yeah. There's that one. Like so. Oh yeah, I can remove these. Because I'm standing here anyway. Alright, because it's the outside, then it's this one. Like so. There we go. Which makes another one of these. Alright, this one's gonna be complicated. Because it's like... Let's just see if we can't... Perfect. It's just very difficult to do. Alright, and I gotta remove the one, and then I gotta... Okay. Alright, let me get these out. There we go. And just kinda... Yeah. And then we go up one more, like so. Almost done, almost done. Just gotta do this last row. Yeah. Not falling, not falling, not falling. And then I'll jump onto the other one to get the stuff, and then build that one up, I guess. Same style, same idea. It's nice. It's like it's nice and easy. It's a pattern. I'll add the lights in later, but they come in as well. What's another one done? Super easy. Yeah, because I got a lot of it from below, but I couldn't get all of it, so... Oops. Is that? No, that's the right one. That's the right one. There we go. Look. Hey. Yep. And then so we get all the way down to this one. There you go. Just to make sure there's no others. Pick up all the blocks. Let's grab those lights before they, Alright, nope, never mind. I'm gonna put some of these away. Or actually, you know what? We'll use... Because it goes out to... above the first light. Nicely done. I could just do the same thing here. Like so. Just make the same look even. I mean, it works out well, doesn't it? There. Because like I said, all I'm really doing with these to kind of change them up is just literally following the original design. But, you know, moving them out and up. Or moving them over so it's just got that nice look to them. And of course we've added that as well. Alright, oh, that does look good. Like as you walking past to see kind of... Just out of the corner of your eye, like you look over, it doesn't necessarily... As you walk past, you can look over and be like, wow. Looks good. And I mean, obviously it's going to continue going up and all that, it's just not there yet. But each one is gonna have to happen. Same with this one, and then I think this is the last one, because, yeah. And then I gotta figure out from there, but... It feels so much loftier to have it, like, just have those... Hey, Light, how you doing? What do you think so far? I did this last time, but, like... I mean... Hey, how you doing? Especially now that these are being put back in place. I remember, it was kind of more like this before. Thank you. I just like the idea of kind of having that, area. There's a reason for there to be, like, bridges and stuff, you know? I mean, like, this is like a 2-block... You don't need a bridge for this. You know? But on this side... Oh, you know you want a bridge. I'm glad to hear you're doing good. I'm doing okay myself. As I said, today's Bedrock and maybe reading, so... Yeah. Not too much more to clean up. This is one of the last few that I gotta work on. Or I only have 2 of these left. Which is nice. On this side. And then obviously on this side I have to do all of them. But it's like, I'll actually have them in place and how they'll look and all that, so I'll know kind of what I want to do with it. And it's gonna be like, I really do like the blue here, and obviously on the door. But, as I've said, nowhere else in the city is it gonna have that blue full entry light other than, like, down the main thoroughfare here and into the... I will eventually fix this. I'm still putting it off. I'm not gonna... But into here. Because I just like the idea of there being some form of, like... just kind of supernatural spooky feel to the blue lights versus, like... Oh, I forgot to eat. Everything where else it's bright and happy, because it's just... yeah. I don't know, I think it does a good job in what it needs to do that way. Maybe I'm wrong. Dunno. And of course the idea of people living down in the sewer, or not sewer, drainage. Because like I said, I'm going to have water come down into here and it's going to basically be running off into 2 different sections. I decided, so. Alright, I need more... I need more... No, I don't need more stairs, okay. I was gonna be like, I need more stairs. No, I don't. I'll need more stairs because I'm gonna need them for it over there as well, but... I do not need them right now. But I do need blocks to fill in the middles. Like so. And yeah, and eventually this is gonna be fixed to be like this, and all the way down the line. It just feels, I don't know, bigger, stronger, more powerful-ish. Having it like that. Alrighty, I hope you have a good night. Or rest of your night, rather. Alright, as I said, I gotta get these done. And this has to be removed because that's not gonna go there after this. Obviously, the roads are gonna not be this. You can feel the between the vanilla up until where I've been working. I don't know if it's good or bad, but it's nice. Alright, alright, I gotta do the same here. Yeah, I still have enough. Because I need a total of like 16. And then I don't think I'll have enough for another one. I'll have to go get more blocks before I can complete the last one, but... Now we'll go like that. Oops, I did it wrong. Do the same thing on this side. There we go. There's something wrong. Let me see, what did I do? That one? Yeah. Then that one, then that one, then that one, then that one. Oh, I see what I did wrong. I was on this side. Alright, let me fix that. That. and then dot, and then that, and then that. Like this. There we go. Alright. There we go. Alright. So, I'm worried I'm gonna run out of blocks. Yeah, I think I might. Oops. I did that wrong. Hello, Frenchie. Let me figure this out really quickly. And I'll get the exercise out. I just realized I messed up something. Also, I don't have the blocks to do what I need to. But this is why we do this like this. Alright. Alrighty, I figured out what I needed to figure out. I have to get the blocks that I've had fall and all that, and then I'm gonna just have to sneaky enter once I have the blocks I need. And then fix that. Alright, let me do, it starts with chocolate. Alright. What do you mean? I'm confused. It should say Bedrock. For the... Right? Let's make sure that's what this is on there. I'm somewhat confused. Can you explain? Alright. Then... The notification. I'm confused. Hey, how you doing? Oh, do you mean the... Okay. I'm not sure. Oh, that, yeah. Thanks. 15, 18. The irony is for the redeem alert, because I think that's what you're talking about. Literally, I think I spent 5 seconds on that one. Because I realized, oh crap, I forgot one. Well, not 5 seconds. I was like playing around with something else. And I was like, no. I love it too. Because I was like, I was playing around with the little animation thing that I was doing, and I was like, it's perfect. Because it is just, it's nice. I'm glad to hear you're doing good. I'm doing pretty good. As you can see, I'm getting this done a little bit today. I mean, it won't take too much, but I need more blocks. Nice, I think. Look, I said 3. I feel like it should be a higher number. Because I didn't think you've missed, really. Like, you, other than, like... You know, I don't understand Twitch, so, you know, there's that. Alright, now I need this. There we go. But cool still. Ah. Fair enough. Well then, nice. We're back on 3. I think it's interesting that Twitch lets you see that, you know? Because, like, I don't feel like anything else really does. Oh, this is not gonna look right. I'm gonna have to put these back a second. Alright, this goes here. I can reach it like that, but I cannot reach it like that. Maybe I could if I move these a second. I mean, I can get them back. Suit. And then I don't care about this here and this here. There we go. Alrighty, and then we can just put these in. Nice. Oh, I did have more. Of course I had more and I just didn't notice. You know what? It's fine. I think this is the top of this one. So it doesn't matter. Oh yeah. There we go. Yeah? Yeah. Oh. Why am I not still shifted? I don't understand sometimes how this just will, like, take you out. Anyway. As you can see, like I said, I'm just kind of getting these done because I only have a few left. Like, only... a few, so... Just healed up my pickaxe a little bit as well while I'm here. I'll be back to this in just a second. Might as well remove those as well. And then we could just pop up. So... alright. And I have another one. I mean, I do have enough, so it's fine. Alright. And then we just do this one. And that is the end of this one. See, this is how easy these ones are to rebuild, so it's like, it's not bad to kind of adjust. I also go, like, I don't know. Or make it look nice, at least. Put more time into it. Feeling cohesive. There we go, and... there, see? That's another one done other than the lanterns and stuff, but that's it. That's all I gotta do for that. Which is nice. Maybe my experience Like, new. I'm like, yes. There we go. And then we'll just go down the rest of the way. It won't take too long because I'll eventually fall, but it's fine. Like I said, and then this will be just one less one to do. Nice. And then when I put the fences and everything into that one, that'll all be done, or walls, I guess, and then I can do this one, and then I can get the walls done, probably. I'm gonna move this back some, because it doesn't need to be here in the end. Only here now, because I haven't really messed with it yet, but it's going bye-bye too. So that's gonna go bye-bye. We're gonna, like, move this out forward a little bit, as you can see there, to make it more of a platform, and then once it's done, we can kind of see where it's at. Nicely. Which is nice, because I really do want to kind of just, like, work out where everything goes and all that. So then this one will also be that. Like this. And underneath, basically, I think this goes here. There. Like that. I mean, I'm not too worried about going underneath or anything other than, like, to remove this, maybe. Because it just doesn't matter. Long term. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need more than that, but... Alright. And then we'll have to build everything up and all that. No, it'll look good. It will look good, I think. But yeah, all this stuff has to get removed so that it no longer is in the way. And then obviously this will have to be cleared all the way back to here. Let me just remove some of this. Because this doesn't need to be here. Do I have room? And do I have the ability to pick it up fast? I don't have the ability to pick it up fast, but I do have room. So we can remove this. Just to kind of give you... yeah, this is going bye-bye. I don't like how it looks currently. Well, I mean, other than the fact that it just doesn't mesh well in. That's the big thing. That we just cannot have be the case after this. Unfortunately. Well, maybe fortunately. It just yeah, you can kind of see like where I'm going with it. I hope. I mean, I have no guarantees on anything, I guess, but last one. Let me do the last tower just to get that all done. Alright. So, wait, do I have enough? Yes. Cool. Alright, we can get this done. Oh, wait, do I have... I need a total of how many? That's... Basically, each row has... It's 4, 8, and 4. So 16 is what I need. I should have enough. I should have enough. In theory. We're gonna see. And then I had to make more of everything, but it's fine. It's fine. I have all the blocks I need, so it won't make that big an issue. Alright. That's what I have currently. I don't think this is... I think this will be more than enough, but... Actually, what I should do is just go bop, bop, bop. Oops. And then we could just fill this in, like so. And, oh wait, I don't think I did that right. I think I did that wrong. Yeah. I did that wrong, because I need a layer of the other. Of this first. There we go. Now this gets made to be this one. Put these on the inside. So, bop, bop, bop. And the inside. Like so. I'm just literally following the way it does it. I'm gonna put these with this one. Then we have this again, and then we're gonna have to do... It's not much left, luckily. I mean, it's not too big a deal, but... It does make things difficult. There you go. Place like this. Fill it in, like so. And then we do the outside. And like I said, I have to do the other side as well, so I'm not like pretending this is the end, but we can kind of see like on the one side what it'll look like, and I don't know, I think that'll be... it'll make it look good. See, we can make it across. Or you could fall. Painful amount as well. Alright, so I'm gonna need to get the walls in so I can get those in. Just to kind of get the idea of what they look like and all that. I like the idea of... Yeah, it works. It looks good. It looks kind of good, at least. We have 3. I need 4. Luckily, it's not that big a deal. I can make 1 more, probably. Alright. So first things first, we can do this side. Right, I need 4. Yeah. Alright, I have a 4th one. Nice. Perfect, we have enough. There, and then the final one. Like so. And that's what they're supposed to look like. You can see from the other side, like, I really and truly did nothing special to them. Other than clean them up and, like, move them 1 block over. But I really do like how that makes it look. I really, really do. I mean, the peripheral vision, and then as you're walking across to look as you're going between 2 of those, go between 2 of those. That's 3 between there. It should be... I need to fix this. I messed up. It's supposed to look like this. Just to get the idea, though. And here, let's even, do a little bit of this just to kind of... Alright. I might want to do something to make it be a little bit more lit up. I will acknowledge that, but I can do that because this is Bedrock. It's not as big an issue. This is a bigger issue just because I messed this up, but I can fix it. It won't be too hard to fix. Let me go grab a couple more of these just to fill in that in so I can put the blocks down. And fix everything. Yeah, I've got a couple of these. I mean, that's what happened, isn't it? It's like I was finally done. No, never mind. I just thought I was done because I was not calculating. I'm gonna put this down here so we can see while I'm doing this. Crap, I fell. I mean, like on this side, I've basically got like, I gotta be very careful because I really don't have a lot of way to get in. Alright, let me fix this slowly but surely. Alright. Because I messed this one up on my own. I mean, I already had changed how it was, so there's that, but... Um... Luckily, it's not too hard to change or undo. Alright, so this goes here instead. There, like so. Fixed that. Let's do this one first. So we can do it like that, and then let me fix this. Come on, don't shoot it out yet. Good. All fixed for that one. I mean, I obviously have several more layers to go. I can't believe I did this to myself. I can't believe I did this to myself, but you know what? I did it to myself. And there's nothing else I can complain about. Ow. Now I need to go up and actually fix things. Remove these again. Actually, let's just move them over. Or this one over at least. Because it can be moved. It'll go here. There. And then we can fix this one as well. Hello, Tomas. Well, this one was me, myself, that I messed up here, but... So I'm not, like... I realized I built this one, and then I was like, oh wait, whoops, it's off by one. I'm fixing it. I mean, it's not too hard to fix. I mean, I don't have to take down all the blocks. It's just a lot of them. Alright, I'll fix there, and then we just fix this side, which is easy enough to do. There's a creeper up there. Anyway, how you doing? There we go, all fixed. See? Easy enough to fix. I mean, it's slow but going, but... Alright, so this goes here and here. Here and here. Here and here. And here. And this goes here. Here. Oops, I did it wrong. Goes there and there. I'll go up more after that, but it's just a... Alright. There we go. Alright. Alright. Gotta remove this here. Alright. There we go. Oops. Let me pick that back up. There we go. Oh, Suckman, how you doing? Well, I'm doing pretty okay. I messed something up, so I'm fixing it. But other than that, I'm doing pretty good. Right. But any other than that, you know, maybe then we'll get on to something else, but it's just I'm trying to fix it. Alright. Oof. Sorry to hear that. That does not sound like fun. Sounds annoying. Yeah, sorry to hear that. Wait. Why did I mess this up? No, I didn't. Okay. I understand what's happening here. Oops. I'm sorry to hear that. Alright, and then there. I'm fixing a mistake I made. But other than that, I'm working on the ancient city again, because... I don't know. I want to torture myself, I guess. Where'd it go? I see. Alright, I'll fix there. And then I just have to fix up top. I think. I gotta check. Alright. Is this fixed so far? Yeah. So then the only ones left, I think, are the stairs at the top and maybe, yeah. Step back a second. Anyway, but yeah, I will get there eventually. I'll go fix this one, and then you'll be able to see like my effect that I'm talking about. That I'm trying to go for here. I haven't finished yet, but it'll be finished soon. I have to just silk touch and remove, well, not everything, but a lot of things. Well, actually, I don't need to remove all of these. I don't know why I'm doing that. I'm being foolish. It needs to move, yeah, we need to move these out. And I gotta fix the other side as well, but this side is pretty easy to fix. There we go. So we just come around like so instead. Let me grab a few of these from this side. Like this one. Crap. I need you to pick up. Didn't pick all of them up. I have to pick up that last one down there, but maybe not. Oh yeah, I will. But you know what? I'm gonna have to go back up. Alright, Alright. Alright, we're just gonna pick these up and go back up. Maybe here instead. There we go. Alright, and then this goes here. Alright. So we finished that side completely, basically. And then with the 6 I have left... Let me get this side done. And then this will be done. Rather, it won't be done, but it will be basically done. Oh, did I do the other side? I think I did. There we go. All done. All fixed. That should look right now. I'm gonna do this side right. So we've got that like that, and then we can just... Oh, I fell in the hole. I can pretend I don't know about these because it's not that big a deal. But we can go in like this. And then here. Then I can go get some of the other kind. And we can get an idea kind of how it looks. Do I have any in here? I have a few. I mean, like, you can get the idea there as well, but it just looks, I think... So you know what I'm going to do here? I don't know if I'm going to put something else in, but what I'm going to do is we're going to have down there. Probably going to do the same thing here as well. I'm thinking, I have ideas. And thoughts and stuff, you know? Just to make it a little less hard on the eyes. Alright, we're gonna just dump the rest of these in and make like that. We'll do 9 of those. Not too fussed. And then what we'll do, especially for that higher, because they really don't have that show in the same way. Although I don't know, I think I need to make it a little bit deeper below. Oh, hello. The copper? No, it was the helmet. I don't need the helmet. Alright, so what I'm thinking here, maybe. Let's see if we can't do something with this. Cause I do think light is necessary. But maybe we go... Ooh, hello. Like down here, maybe? Probably not in all of them, because I feel like that's going to end up being... Alright. I don't know if that's too lit up. We'll see in a second. I feel like that might be still a little too lit up. Yeah, because we still want it to be kind of dark. Oh, well, hello. I mean, that works. That's probably enough. Let me see, is it lit up at all? Maybe there. Yes. Kinda. Oh wait, no, I know. I got an idea. I've got the idea. Alright, like that there. messed up. Me figuring out the way ins and out. There we go. I'm lost. Not really. I mean, I like them sometimes. I guess, like, I like Monopoly, but, yeah, I kind of like that, so it's just got that little bit of light. Maybe I add, like, another thing. I tend to be more... I don't know. I don't know, like, I don't like the competitive side of it, so that's why I'm not sure how to put it. If you will. So my answer is not necessarily. But mostly because I just feel like it's not my. It's not that like I'm against them or anything. They just don't tend to be the kinds of games I end up picking. Maybe we added like a light underneath here as well. But like I said, it's just more... Yeah, not my cup of tea. I mean... Like, I'm not against them. I think the closest I've gotten to enjoying them is like maybe Among Us. But I like the whole detective-y kind of nature of it and all that. And I haven't played that one in like years. Yeah. To some extent. Like I said, the only one I've ever even, like, would be, like, Among Us. But that was because, I don't know, I liked the... It really wasn't terribly competitive in that sense. Like I said, I liked it, but I didn't like it for the competitive side. So that's why I'm having trouble explaining it, because it's like, it's not that I haven't enjoyed them. It's just... The reason for enjoying them isn't because it's competitive. Does that make sense? I feel like that's my best answer I can really give, to be able to be like, yeah, that's probably how I... Yeah. Alright, so what I'm thinking here... Kinda... Yeah, because that just kind of creates that light underneath. There we go. And I'll put some lights in between. There, so you kind of just have that, it looks like there's light there. Shining down, but in reality it's obviously underneath. But yeah. I think. I mean, obviously I'd want to light it up underneath under here as well. This, or maybe not. We'll see. But yeah. Anyway, so it's not like I'm against them or anything. It's just... yeah. Alright, can I get back out? I don't think so. Put this back because it doesn't need to go there. What we're doing is we're just kind of making it look... that is not as lit up looking. Oh wait. What am I comparing it to? Yeah. I get these blocks. And we can just fill this in like this. Oh, whoop. Alright. And then we just again kinda yeah. So see, it kind of just gets that look of light there. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't completely, but I like that it feels like it's lit up. That one doesn't look quite as lit up. Let's correct that one. Oh, it's because I haven't done this one yet. I was like, I already set that one up. That's the problem. But if I do this like this, it should have the same vibes. Yeah. Because, I mean, obviously we don't have actual, like, lighting, right? That really does what you'd want to show there. So it's just, like, fake. And I think it looks good. It's a little bit more lit up down here, surprisingly. I didn't really do that much different, so, but, yeah. I think... I mean, it's not dark that way as well, because we don't want it to be too dark over here, right? Because that would be bad. And I'll have to find something to do back here, but what I might do is, because this side is over here, we can have the town, like, once we have where the roads will go, we can have that kind of come up and in. Or we can have lights along the back as well, in a similar manner, and do the same thing on the back as I did in the front. You know? So we have options. And obviously this is going to go bye-bye, because these just don't fit. Yeah. But yeah, doesn't it feel just a little bit nicer to kind of have it like that? I mean, and then you would potentially even be able to walk in and through. And again, I don't like this. This is how it was. We have literally got to compare before and after, kind of. This is basically what it would have looked like before. I got my hands on it, and this is what it looks like after. I don't know. So it's like this is you're walking like that from here versus here. I think. Which is better. And the irony is, like, I didn't... To make that feel just a little nicer, I didn't really do all that much. And it is off. I did end up doing things a little bit off here in the floor in here, but I'm not against it because I don't feel like it is as showing. Unless you look at it specifically from this angle, that it's like, But beyond that, that's not where you're supposed to look at it from. And I would change it if it's too much, by the way. I don't know, it feels... Like, here it just feels messy. But here it feels pretty clean. But like I said, you guys can tell me I'm wrong. I'd like opinion. And not because of the skulk, mind you. I mean, that's fine like that. For the most part, but it's just like... For a place where you're going in and you're supposed to be going into the temple or whatever, right? Here. Which this is gonna have to be fixed. But beyond that, I don't know. Because the thing is, like, you're walking in. Even if you have to walk a little bit around. The concept that you're basically would... Because the way they had it is that the road, like, you can see here. The road... I mean, you can't really see because I've moved it over. But basically, the road would have gone into here. So you come up here and you have to go around. And then you'd have to go like that. Again, you can see on this side, actually. Because, like, we have one here, so... Coming off the path, right? You have to go around and then go right back, because that's where the road is. Because that's what their roads are, is these. So it just, like, has a sudden stop for this, and... It doesn't feel good. You know? Oh, that water has to go. Bye-bye. The only water that's going to be here now is going to be in places like this. Anyway, yeah. So I'm just explaining my methodology. Actually, you know, maybe it does start over here, but it's like pouring down from above. It could be really cool looking to have it like start here, and as it goes... Ooh, I know what I want to do. I know what to do. Alright, I need to get stairs. I mean, I've done the same thing down here, kind of like just... You've got the light underneath. And for a lot of them, it's like... Make it look like spilling. It doesn't really matter that much. The big thing here is I need stairs. I think I know what I want to do. So what I want to do... is go here. There. Alright, we're gonna have that there like that. We're gonna go in like this. This can be potentially... So it's like implying the water kind of just like cascades down, is that what I'm thinking? Kind of like this. Oops. There we go. But then you could take this here. Potentially even. And this can go here. Probably should use this one. There we go. Maybe even we could have it go like this. Yeah. And it's only on the one side, but that's because that's like that. So we could do here is we could also have, I need more stairs. I need to go get more stairs, so I'm gonna go make more stairs, but, or I need to see if I have any other stairs. But then the water could like pool there and then go down. I've got thoughts. I think this will look really good. We'll see. I don't think I have any stairs. I think I'm gonna have to go make some. I have those kinds of stairs, but those aren't the kind of stairs I need. I'm gonna make more stairs. Doesn't it feel fancy? Not really. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take like half of this and make it into stairs. Like so. What we could do is we could have... I know. I've got the perfect thing specifically. I mean, I already know, but like I just had an extra thought. We're gonna have this kind of be like this, right? Oh, but I don't know if I have everything I need down here, so I'm gonna need to go... I might need to go back upstairs. I'm gonna have to go upstairs anyway to get more food, but... let me go see if I have any coal. Or, well, I have wood, so I could make... Like, I know what I want to do. Alright, I like the idea of kind of creating, like, something that looks like it's, like... Alright, let me see if I can't find, what I need up here. Yeah, I do have coal, cool. It's one. You know what? We'll do that one instead. Oh, but I can only make one this way. I need to make another one. You know, I should just grow more dark oak, probably, because I'm not using it for its intended purpose here, but whatever. Whatever. Alright, down here, I mean. Went to... we'll decide if I want more than 2, but basically I want to do 2 of these. Alright. And then, because this is the center of the city, I mean, imagine how it would be with, being in a cave like this. I mean, yes, you got the lava lake there. But that's only for around the lava lake. What about the rest of the city? The farther out you get. I mean, this is still not going to be the maintaining. And then maybe one here. The question becomes, do I want more than this? I'm not sure. I think I do. One more. Luckily I have trees. I mean, let me go cut down one of those trees. But then it's gonna be that it's hot. I mean, maybe it's not as hot like as you get farther down, but it doesn't matter. Oh, right, yeah. There we go. I just need one of those. There we go. And then we can just plant that there. Eventually, I'm probably going to think about maybe planting more. Trees, I mean. I should. I have everything perfect, basically. One more. Alright. Alright, so we're gonna go over here and we're gonna do the last one. Because we want to be able to go through, you know, I'll collect this. Dump it here. Don't need it, but then what I'd want, what have I got? You know, we'll just make these. Oh, I just realized what I did wrong there. Because I think I want... these. Alright. So... let's just go ahead and go back and behind, like I said. We drop. They climb. And I'm thinking the last one could go... here. There. then what we're doing is we're putting this like this. There we go. So that it works like that, right? Alright, and then I need water. I don't have water. I just have lava, which I don't need at the moment. Where do I want to put the lava? I suppose... I should go dump the lava, but then we can put the water in, and then... I need to go see if I have any empty buckets. Wait, I didn't check the chest. I'm gonna check those chests first, then I'm gonna go look over there. I'm gonna see if I have any empty buckets. If I do, I mean, that solves the problem. It's not that big a deal, but, if I don't, what's gonna be problematic? I gotta make some. Or I gotta dump the lava. I don't think I have any, but we're checking anyway. Alright, so... Because I know myself well enough to know that I've probably dumped stuff somewhere. For no reason. Oh, yeah, there we go. So I need water, but we have a source. Well, my cat's not lazy. He's just, it's the middle of the night. Remember, he's just kind of, he's more diurnal than overall. Especially since he has trouble seeing at night. Even though he's a cat, he's got horrible night vision. Now my issue here is going to be that I don't have, because this is the, Bedrock version, I don't know if I'm going to be, I don't think I'm going to be able to connect them. I'm going to have to fight with it a little bit. But that's fine. Yeah, see? So what we're going to do here... Come on. There shouldn't be any lag. There should be no lag. Here. There we go. Of course. Not sure why that's behaving in the way it is, but it is. Nice. Alright, so I just gotta remove these. Alright, nice. Let me get these out. And then I could just... There. There we go. Alright, so like that. It's not really a jacuzzi. I just realized. The flames are not showing. Great. Now I need to... do this. A second. Because, of course they're not. Or are they actually working now that I don't want them to? Well... you know what? Whatever. It's fine. I could go underneath and go fix that with hay bales or something. Because I can. Luckily, we got down here, right? Yeah, I don't even have to do that. But I'll fix that later. For now, I'm not doing that. I'll get the puffs to go out and out, but, for now, we're just gonna, from up here, I don't think I have enough blocks right now, but we're gonna try and go all the way up there. So I'm gonna probably want to get a bunch of blocks, and then from there, go up. And put the water in. But basically the idea is kind of that the water within, maintain temp. Like I said, I'll fix that in a minute, but for now... I mean, obviously right now it's not actually... and you gotta do it like this because Bedrock doesn't work like Java, unfortunately. Or fortunately, I don't know which one's the... because if you do this, it's just not gonna work. And I mean, I could... there we go. Alright, so... yep. Oh crap, the wrong one. I guess. Well, maybe not those. Yeah, okay. The problem is, obviously, from here, I'm gonna have to continue doing that, and that's not gonna be fun. But it's fine. It could be worse. And that's why we're here. Maybe not there. No, it's gotta be there. I need to eat again. But basically the idea is just like... that one? No, it is that one. There we go. Alright, I'm not even in the water. So, yeah, we're just gonna keep doing this a second and see. I mean, it's not deep. Oops, I did that wrong. You can just kind of continue here. So, let me go to there. Then try and fill in first, and then do everything else. I don't know how deep I would want it to actually be, but I don't know. I was initially thinking like 1 block deep here, but I don't. Anyway, let's just get more water. Honestly, what I really should do is I should get, oh wait, no, do I need to... There we go. There we go. Yeah, I'm not going to deny that water can be super weird on this game. Although, I mean, part of the problem here is just... you know. The biggest issue with it is it's just like, I mean, on Java, this wouldn't be a hard problem, but at the same time, it does become the question of, so which way is it supposed to be? I should probably also finish the rest of that, but I kind of wanted to get the water in just to kind of look at how that'll look, and I can adjust from there. Although now it's going to be a pain, but... the idea is the water's going to get down here, and then... or that it's like just... I mean, it's pouring with a decent... Let's just get all the way over. I mean, I would just go like that, but it doesn't... And I would say I feel like once you put the water in, even if you remove the water, maybe it should remain waterlogged till you remove the block. But, I don't know. There you go. Luckily, it's not that far deep, so it's not that bad. It could be worse. I think what the iron bars can be... I need to make iron bars so that I can have the iron bars just in as well, but... Oh, I do kind of wish I had the ability to just do half slab. I would also add like more just kind of campfires, but I don't necessarily need the campfires. All I really wanted was to kind of show like, although you do, the air is warm. The warm water is like flowing through. And potentially being used to maintain temperature throughout the center of this part of the city that's outside of the fire lake. Alright, I'm gonna go make some iron bars if I don't have iron bars. I don't know if I do or not. If I do, this will be easy. If I don't, I gotta go make some, but it's fine. And then the iron bars can be... yeah. Apparently I just haven't been in the area. Alright. And obviously you also have... yeah, but... like I said, I don't think I have any iron bars, but I'm looking just in case I might have some. I mean, I have raw iron, so I can just get some iron and then cook that up, but... alright, right, it was in one of these. We're just gonna see how much we get out of this with our fortune. That's 4. I need 2 more. Oh, of course, that's the... yeah, you know what? Fine. 8 is fine. Alright, so we're just gonna wait for 6 pieces of iron. And then we're gonna make the gate. Alright. Let me go put away the wood as well here. I don't need this right now. I'll need it in a bit, but for now I don't need it. Yeah, 'cause I can't do it right now, but alrighty, let's see, can we get one more piece out? Thank you. Alright, and then we just... yeah. Alright. Oh, you know what? As long as I'm here, let's just put more water in this. There we go. Alright, so... let's just make a water thing closer to where I'm at now. Or, and then we'll put this in. I'm almost at the point, I mean I am at the point actually, where I can just do that. We've got this, and then this can just be put in. I'm thinking it'll go there. Like that. Oh. Alright. We're super close, but yeah. We'll see how far we get. Alright. And bop, and bop. Alright. And then I only need 2 more for this section, and then I just gotta do the rest. And then I gotta do the rest of this. I do kind of wish that, like, I will say, like, I feel like I wish that buckets would go back into, like, a being... Because, I mean, if they separate when you fill them, right? I feel like they should go back together when they're not filled. Or they're emptied, rather. I know they don't do that, and I'm not saying they necessarily should. I just find myself wishing that they would sometimes. Just saying. And then once we've gotten through this, don't know if anybody who's here actually, so, you know. Then we gotta decide what we're gonna do from there on out, because, like, I know I was asked to do maybe a little bit of both, oops. It's not really a sewer, though. That's the thing. I mean, yes, it kind of looks like one, but it's... If you look at it the way it's gonna work, it's not a sewer at all. It's meant for maintaining temperature, if you will. So, yeah. And then the water flows back out. And I'm not too fussed about how it looks back here because, well, you're not going to see back here anyway, are you? I'm going to add maybe a little bit more water in here. In the back, just to kind of fill in the rest of the little gaps, but... But yeah, it's not a sewer. Alright. So difficult. And then, like I said, I'll fill these up. I haven't decided if I'm going to go all... Oh, that'll be cool looking as well. As these guys swim along to their death. I mean... Or maybe not even dead. I need 3. So hard. Yeah, to its death, because eventually it just lands there. Actually, you know what? That doesn't look as good, because obviously it supposedly keeps going down. So, what about like here-ish? There. It looks a little better. I mean, mind you, there's nothing actually back there, but it looks like it then just, like, drops again. So it does look good that way. There you go. Alright. And then we just fill these in here. I might just do the top part and see how it looks. Because I don't know if it needs to be... Hello, Snow! How you doing? Give me a second, I'll do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alrighty. See, I'm glad to hear you're doing good. I'm making my decisions on how we do this, as you can see. What do you think, how it looks? I mean, I need to make that actually, like, have it be bubbling, but beyond that... No. What it's gonna be is it's... Basically, the idea is that the water kind of falls from above here is what I'm going with. And then I have to get hay bales under the fire things, apparently. But basically, then you have... It's hot. And so it's maintaining the temperature away from the lava lake. Kind of is the idea. Because I was thinking about, you know, caves tend to get really cold, right? And underground and all that. So the idea is the water will fall from above at some point into this pool that is then heated, and then it flows downward into the below. I know it does look a bit like a sewer though. Yeah, it could be magma underneath, but the point is it's gonna, like... Well, I was just thinking about it, because I was like, you know... And while it's more, like, warm and not, like, hot down here, so that's why people can live down here, I'm probably going to make all of this just be the brick plain, like, about this point onward. And then that's also where you can have these down to here, because it's, like... making sure everything's working as it should. But yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking for the moment. And this side's basically done, then I need to add the bricks. Is the idea. Alright. We're just gonna... There we go. And then we're just gonna fill that in. Like so. Oops. Alright. There we go. That should look better like that now. Yeah. And then it just kind of creates a nice little... I'm sure someone could technically live here, you know? But... on this side. But it definitely would be a less... You wouldn't necessarily, because... I think what you have to get through to get there. So that's why we're also not going to have, like, I'll have some houses near the end, because it'll be warm. And that's kind of why someone would want to live kind of down here. Is it's nice and warm down here. Whereas maybe up top, you might not be as warm. Alright. I think what I want to do here... We're just going to do this here, from here. 4, 5, 6. And then... that way it can be the same. Perhaps. Alright. Let's just do it like this. Fill in the rest of this here. Like so. There we go. Anyway, I'm getting pretty close to being probably done with this section, so it's not so big a deal. And then maybe we do some reading. If you guys want. Alright. Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with it. Is it's a little bit less Oh, and I got all the towers on that side done, so I get a pretty good idea of how it kind of looks. So that's nice as well. From above, I mean, once I'm done with this bit. I do need the only thing I need left now is, some polished, whatever it's called. Here, we're gonna do one more of these. Finish the last little section here. Alright, I don't think I have any other spots to do now. That should all, oh, well, yeah. Alright, so now I just need the last thing, which is the polished, and then this, honestly, other than the water, this side will be done. We kind of look at that, and then we'll do that. I mean, look how it looks, though. It looks so cool. But let me go get the basalt. And then from there, we can just have that be done. Below, I mean. Not here, obviously, because here it's a little different, but... it looks good. For the kind of views and stuff you're gonna have. Do I have any basalt over here? No. I didn't think I did, but I wanted to check anyway. Alright, I'm gonna grab, like, if I have enough, I'll grab, like, 12. I'll guarantee I have enough, but then... Alright. But, I mean, and then we can literally do a comparison of how it would have looked, or rather, kind of how it looked before, basically, because I've only done half of it. I need more basalt. Alright. I'm gonna go to the nether really quickly, I guess. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. We'll use a little bit of this to kind of... Maybe I want to just, like, make some... slabbage, and then we can, like, expand out where we have safety. But what would I want to use for slabs? Maybe these? No, you know what we're gonna do is we're going to take this, and we're gonna make some slabs, and then we're gonna make a little area down below that is safer, hopefully. Because, I mean, I honestly eventually probably want to use this basalt delta that I'm stuck in anyway, right? The place to do frog lights. I think it'd be a good way to do it. But... yeah. I could even, like, turn it into all kinds of things. And obviously there's gonna be gas and oh wait, I forgot to turn these into things. Let me go turn these into slabs. I don't know if you... You know, I don't know... I don't even know if you guys can hear the music, now that I think about it. I hope you can. I don't. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do a bunch of these, I think. Cool. It just occurred to me, I'm like, about 2 hours and 12 minutes into my stream, and if I'm gonna do any reading, I need the music to be hearable. bleh, heard. Able to be heard. Anyway, just to kind of see like how it kind of looks now, by the way, when you're crossing a bridge on this side. How it just like flows and all that, and up and around. Doesn't that feel just so much more... Mm-hmm. Now here's the test. Now that should be a much smoother experience than it has been in the past. To some extent. I don't know if it is for sure, but I hope it is. Alright, we've got blocks to kind of... Let's use these as well. Alright. Alright. You know what? Here's how we're gonna do this. We're just gonna make... Oh, look, mushrooms. We're gonna make a space back here. Slowly. Alright, cause I don't know, I feel like it can be, like, figured out a little bit more that way as well. Not so much that way, maybe, but... Alright, I mean, I can clean this up better later. This is just literally kind of clearing out the blocks that but we're gonna make space here for us to be able to move around in. Oh, Alright. Alright. Like so. Oh. I need my sword. Why can't I? Like I said, we're just not gonna let this happen anymore. Although what I'd really like to have happen... Ooh, that was almost... That was a close one. But, like, I don't want any more slime, so... The only way to really do this is going to be to... I mean, they're around, but this is going to have to... Alright. I need these back. Alright. The initial. I'm not as fussed about getting those back, so it's fine. Come on. There. There we go. We're just gonna continue forward as much as possible. Yeah, I could hear you. What do you know? I mean, look how much expansion we've got here. It's a shame we don't have the ability to make, like, any chests or anything, so... yeah. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. I need the next batch. It's slow going, mind you, but... I mean... I can't get in right now. Which is nice. Oh, it's trying to get in. It's determined, but because it's like 3 blocks tall, basically, it can't make it in. Oh, nice. And it won't, like, come back either, so there's that, but, so we're just gonna continue moving forward like this, you know? There we go. Alright. I feel yeah, have fun trying to get in. I'm doing this. Alright. Alright, Alright. I'm sorry I'm being quiet, by the way. I'm just, like, trying to focus on getting this kind of... What do you think so far, by the way? Yeah, you think you can get in, but you can't because I've made sure that you can't. I mean, you could get on this side, but it's not trying this side. Thank you. It definitely feels kind of neat because it's like... Grab the blocks, go back in. I mean, it's obviously a ragtag bunch of blocks, so it's not that amazing, but it is, definitely feeling cool. Kind of have this get filled in a little bit more. Alright, I'm not going to bother. We're just going to continue making it even bigger because that's the only way. There we go. There we go. Like I said, I don't need that. It feels super dangerous, I'm gonna be honest, but like putting in all the flooring makes it so much safer because then things don't spawn anywhere there's like the... So ironically, we're making a nice, safe area. It just doesn't feel safe. Oh, that guy might be able to come in, but maybe... The only one, I think. Keep an eye out for them. There we go. And then we can just kind of push this out a little bit more as well. It became... I mean, this has gone from being basically like, I have no room here anymore, to I have lots of room here. Oops, that's gonna need to move. Look at that. Oh, I can hear a ghast. So there'll be a ghast in the area, but we're fairly safe where we are. I mean, I'm not safe from little slimes. But even a ghast can't break my house now. Just to feel cool about that. See, shall we prove it? See? I'm safe from the ghast. I don't have anything to shoot the ghast with, so I'm basically stuck in here, but it's a cool house. Doesn't it feel safe? Even though in reality it obviously is very, very safe. I mean, Like... I gotta believe that this is safe. And like I said, little slimes can get through, but that's not that big an issue. If we're being honest here. Alright, we're just gonna remove this specific. Don't know how many I need, but that's perfect. Okay. I mean, look at it. It's put together. The appearance, I mean, you can't get a cooler looking base than something like this, you know? Heck, we can even like throw in like walls like that. And like I said, we're just kind of continuing outward as well. We're expanding our safety net. Not for now, but for later. Because you gotta remember, mobs can only spawn if the blocks are higher. So by doing it like this, the blocks can't be spawned on. So that's just a nice little side bonus of doing this like this. Doesn't it feel light and airy though? It's huge, it's nice, it's no longer compact and tiny. And I have plenty of this stuff now to take back with me. And the best part is, once, I mean obviously see, we can prove the little slimes can come through, but there we go. That was the slime attack. Slime attack is taken care of. And obviously we want to expand it out further as well. As far as we can eventually. But considering what it was, I mean, that's a nice little expansion. Alright. Let me head back to my... here. Nope, this is Bedrock. But I'm gonna probably want frog lights here as well. I mean, think of how it'll look in here. I mean, you know you want, like, if it... without... I can figure out fixing that later, but for now... Look at that. Look at that. That's all done on that side now. And we can just do these as well. There we go. And here. I'm almost tempted to make this be like this, but I'm not going to do that. But obviously we still have room for turning more into... So it's not that big a deal to do all that. Let's grab all these now. But the difference... So let's do a comparison-ish. I'm gonna go put this away first, and then we can compare kind of the look before and after of just that area in the back there. Here. So this is this side, right? And this is the look it's got, right? And then this is the side I've changed and improved. Well, I'm not going to say improved. I'm just going to say, like, I've definitely made changes to. I mean, and if I just add more, like, we can have these guys just living, I guess, down here. It's just not really, though, because they'll die, but, I do feel bad for the squids, because they're just kind of... But not much I can do. But yeah, I mean, you can kind of see... Massive change. All right. Get these done. There we go. The idea is just kind of like, yeah. All right. I mean, it's not that deep either. I mean, which is kind of intentional, you know? All right. There we go. They only spawn in water 50 blocks, or below 50 blocks, I believe is what it is. Or something like that. I think it's like supposed to be below like... I don't know the exact number, but I know it's like below... I think 20. Is what it's supposed to be? Alright. Or as I've said before, if this worked more like, Java, this would not be so difficult, but... It does not. Unfortunately. mean, it's a shame that you can't, like, keep them from spawning, so there is that. Because then they'll just slowly drown. Or suffocate, I suppose, because they're basically drowning on the water. But point being, like, having some form of canal, I mean... I don't think it's a problem. Alright, I do wish I could just kinda... like, go boop. Though I suppose, basically... Did that just... Apparently it did. Okay. You know what? That's fine. That solved my problem. Kinda. There. And then the water just flows down and... yeah. There, and now we can see from above kind of how it looks for the final product, because it is done now, but... yeah. I mean, it feels so much less, Doesn't this feel more like a city? I mean... especially than this. And all I've really done for it is just kind of... very little. That's the thing that makes it kind of sad, that it feels more... at least I would say it feels more city-like. I mean, look, here it's like, yeah, but like on this side you've got it, it's clean, it's going through, there's a feeling to it. I don't know. You could tell me I'm wrong, by the way, that I'm just cray-cray. And then obviously you would come down into potential roads and stuff down here. But, which you can see kind of this one. Probably wouldn't have a road here though, because these are high up, but... it just feels more, I don't know, kind of nice. What do you think, though? What do you guys think? Which side's better? This side or this side? And not by how beat up versus not, mind you. I mean just like utilizing the types of blocks and all those. I'm curious. Or is nobody else here to tell me? You mind anything? You think? I mean, fair enough. Like, I'm not rather. Thank you. Like, by the way, though, you don't have to just be like me. I don't know. Oh, I was just saying which side looks. Not the blocks, but just kind of how they're not the state of deterioration, rather, but like just the way the blocks are put together and stuff. How it is originally, kind of, versus mine. I don't know. I'm curious. I don't think I'm like because I know I'm not amazing, you know, but I'm curious. Mainly canal. I mean, yeah, I like that kind of feature. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna do it on both sides. I think this side's gonna be a little bit lower, but I would do other things instead to make that kind of. Or I might do it on both sides, actually. Just for the... I honestly, for me, the biggest thing that I like that I've done, it's ironically, it's not this, it's just this, for me. Because, like, I don't know why, but this just feels wrong to have it like that. I know it's going into this, but that doesn't really match, kind of, like, if you're walking off of the main road, right? I feel like it should look like it matches. So I find it a little odd that they didn't do that. And it's such a minor thing, you probably didn't even notice it. But, yeah, it's like, this is just ground. But this is like an actual road. And, I mean, you could have where you could have some of it be ground and some of it, but... I gotta be honest, if this is meant to be like a little bridge across, it's not gonna be just normal ground. Also, this has to be adjusted on this side as well, because you can see here, just... They literally just kind of have it go down. And it doesn't look good. So it's just weird. I mean, that's my biggest thing, is I find it so weird what they chose to focus on. Having him wear. And remember, for this specific piece, every single one is going to be something akin to this. So, the way it's built is the way it would be. But like I said, I haven't even done that much, other than like digging out the canal beneath, which just adds a little nice kind of vibe to it. Even I can't deny that one. But, well, I wouldn't deny it, but more along the lines of just kind of like, I don't know. Hello, Night. Give me a second, I'll do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Alright, hello Night. How you doing? I'm mostly finished with this side. I just have to do this left. This is it. This side is completed. Those guys will drown. I feel bad for them slightly. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well enough. I think. But yeah, we're gonna have water coming down from this side. Eventually. But it's gonna come down and then it'll flow down. Basically, the idea is how it looks, and then... yeah. Well, to be fair, they just spawn like that. It's not exactly the glow squid's fault. Entirely. But, yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't know about crocodiles. I'd almost be tempted to put little fish in there, but again, I'm pretty sure they drown too. So I'm not doing that. But yeah. Basically this side, as far as like... And I'm gonna get hay bales to fix that so that the fire is flying out properly, or the smoke rather, but Vanilla only has polar bears. No other kinds of bears. Anyway, as I was saying, I just kind of, I just, you can see kind of how it's gonna go. It's gonna have a look. Yeah, yes. I guess pandas are technically bears, yeah. To some extent. True. Suppose you're correct there. Actually, that's not gonna be that. It's gonna be the other, but... Obviously, that's gonna be going bye-bye eventually and all that, but... Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see the kind of vibes I've gone with now a little bit. I think it works out. I mean, this is what I was asking them. So what do you think, Knight? Which side looks better? And not the deterioration. Ignore the deterioration. The vanilla, block-wise, versus what I've done. I wish I had something that was just not really, like, block the screen. Let me just toss this aside a second. What do you think? Like I said, this is what I've done. Versus vanilla. And like I said, ignore the deterioration level. That's not important to this. Ironically. Like you would think it would be, but it's not. Well, there's a few differences. For one, this is their bridge across, this is mine. Another difference is this is what you see when you're crossing a bridge. This is what you see when you're crossing mine. The towers are the same. That's why I'm saying just imagine that it's these towers on the other side. I mean, of course, the canal below, yes, as well. Or to be more exact, the depth that you get there. Yeah. You have a lot of little differences. I'm just saying, like, to make up for, like, a more city feeling. If you will. Or, like, this is, like, the main airway to a temple or shrine, which it is. Yep. I fully moved every single one over 4 blocks. Because they're all like this. And, like, if you have, like, the buildings behind, like, you can see over here, down here. That makes more sense, thank you. You'll be able to see the buildings behind and back there, is the idea. Maybe the road isn't all 100% perfect, but the fact is it's not meant to necessarily, because instead, only one, like, detour. Like, for me, at max, you'll have, like, where you have to go like this, right? Where you have a nice, comfortable amount of space to do it. Whereas on their side, on the vanilla, you have to go around and back, and then you're just falling on your butt, because there's nothing back here. Because that's where the roads are. You can see with this one. So basically, pretty literally, it comes up to the statue that you then have to walk around and then climb up to be able to get over, back, and there's no room to even maneuver. Whereas, like I said, on my side, I don't know where the roads are exactly going to come into place. But it's just so much neater and nicer to be able to walk around behind it. And I mean, I know the placement of these don't look great with this, but like I've said, you're not meant to look at from this side, because if you do, it'll look off. But beyond that, it's mostly just designed around the idea of it's just like you can walk around, you can go up and down, and I can just adjust the road by like 1 block, and it'll be fine feeling. Literally. Yeah. I mean, mostly the way I look at it is it's like, if it's meant to be a city, right? That's my biggest issue with a lot of this. One, the road should match up in a way that makes sense. And I mean, part of why I'm like, I don't know how they're going to connect is because these are all even spaced and the roads are odd. Yeah, people have to actually be able to get around and live and all that. I mean, these are my roads that I've kind of done based off what they did here, right? Oh, there's a skeleton. Where's the skeleton? Thank you. Because these are literally how they have theirs coming off, right? I still get annoyed at the fact that this is actually, like, it was odd, even odd again. I don't understand. That building's going bye-bye. We're gonna actually put in residential buildings. The concept, and this is another one for me. These buildings here are clearly some form of, like, shrine or whatever, right? Or mini shrine. Or some form of play, right? No, like, basically it's 2-part. The other places it's like even roads are on these here. But that's because, and then it's still 5 across, so it's odd. Anyway, you can see where the walls were. So it would be a 5 across road and then going into even as well. I've adjusted this obviously on the side to make it odd being able to go in and out. But like they're, I mean they are odd for these, but it's like, and then for everything else it's just like, oh no, it's even here, even there, and it's just like, I don't have a contractor. I'm more like just left with, I'm the person, I'm the poor individual who was called to fix the mess, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, who the heck thought this was a good idea? And it's not hard to adjust and clean up and make it look nice. I mean, that's the thing that hurts the most about the whole thing. It's like, they could have made it quite nice. But they didn't. I don't know about that. I've said it before. I think, I honestly think this whole thing was designed at different. I actually haven't said this. I'm not sure if I have it or not. But the thing is, I think it was designed at different moments in time during the production or the creation of the development, and then they didn't bother to look at whether it would work or not in the final product. Because, you know, they've obviously figured that, oh, people will call it out if they see it, if there's something wrong in snapshots. But the problem is, nobody was looking at that. And so it just kind of becomes, yeah, Like, once you stop and you look at what it really is like, it's not good. But like I said, I don't think they actually thought to look at it. I think they just were like, ah, it's fine. And unfortunately, oh, crap. I think I can still do this if I do it like this. Alright. Oops. Well, I mean... There we go. We'll just adjust this like this. Alright. And then we'll do this like this. Alright. I don't really like how that looks. That feels a little odd. I mean, it's probably got to do with like coloration and stuff, but yeah, makes sense. Maybe what I'd want to do is kind of... And I can have the same thing on the other side as well. Oh, I know what I want to do. Okay. We'll see if this looks okay or not. I don't think it will look perfect or anything like that, but... Oh, oops. Alright, there we go. Oops. We don't want the water to pour. Alright. I'm not sure what you mean. Thomas. I'm not sure what you mean, Thomas. Like I said, I don't know what you mean. doesn't look good. But if we were to do it like this, no. Well, it might look okay like this. Just do there. Yeah, that'll do it. Kind of just like creating a little space there, you know? The cat's fine. I need to make sure that this didn't do anything too damaging. Good. I didn't think it would, but I wasn't sure. There. So, we can still have water being here as well. I might want to put in walls. I do have some walls, so we can see kind of how that would look at the top. Yeah, I like that. That works. But there, so we have water here as well. Oh. Life is fine. Anyway, so we could do like that on both sides. I'm not doing it tonight, I don't think. But what do you think? Again, giving reason for it to kind of be the way it is, I think is important when you're adjusting something like that. Heck, I could even add in, like... This one's not even lit. Be, like, really interesting. And I even have this. Yeah. What do you think? Is it too much? That's good. Nice. So you can have the candles kind of leading. Maybe not this. I have another idea. Give me a second. I need to go get them. And then obviously I have to let more grow, but that doesn't take too long. I got an idea. Really? Alright. I do think the candles maybe is a bit much. I'm not going to deny that. Because I don't think that they kind of don't really fill. But having something there, yeah, I do agree. I think that'll look good to kind of just have something, especially if it glows, which full-grown amethyst glows a little bit. So let's see how this looks, because it's a little much. Cannot deny that. I know I can put it on. Maybe I can't put it on. I thought I could put it on walls, but maybe I'm wrong. Apparently I cannot put it on walls. Of course not, but I can put it down here. They kind of glow. I don't think this is gonna work, mind you. We're just seeing kind of. Like so. I can't toss a coin in. What do you think of this? For an underwater fountain. Or underground. Is it still too much? Or does it feel maybe a little bit more right? Well, considering the vibe is just meant to be like as you're walking past, as you look in. It's not really... not really about being a vibe. I can't do that. There we go. But think of it rather than being... Think of it having two matching fountains side by side. Rather than what we currently have. Anyway, if I'm gonna do any reading, I gotta do it now. So you gotta make some decisions. Because otherwise I'll probably just... I think the cage is just kind of to fill this in a little bit more, and beyond that, it's just like a little bit of something off the top. I would even like think about maybe going... You happy with reading? You could even do something like that. And it's just like a pipe, but... Honestly, I'm kind of just left with that. I think that works. That's where I'm at today. So let's finish up and do some reading then. Which one do you guys want? Which book? True. And the one time they were going to have a statue, nobody voted for it, basically. 2 times over. Yes, between Ranger's Apprentice and Dragon Slippers. Somewhat. Not for what I would want here, though. Yes, but Snowman won't work either. No, that won't look good at all. Because, it will have snow layers. You can't have no snow layers. So, what are we doing? And Snowman Melt, yep. This other one. Anyway, guys, I need a book. I need a notebook. I'll switch to music too. Shoes? No, you're the you're the deciding factor apparently. Thomas wants shoes. Knight wants Rangers Apprentice. Tiebreaker Snow. I mean, they're both good books. That's not what I said. You have two choices. You picked neither of them. Rangers Apprentice? Alrighty, we'll do Rangers Apprentice tonight, and then we'll do more Dragon Slippers next time, okay, Thomas? Promise. I mean, to be fair, these guys are kind of like ninjas, so, you know. Let me change the music. We'll go with chill piano. I mean, it ain't gonna be chill, but, alright. No. Alrighty. Oh, let me get a picture of the... I did go find AM. AM. Alright. So... there is Venice. Go. Alright. Hey, I literally even found the right cover. Matching cover to what I have. Alright. Ranger's Apprentice by Nathan Hay... Ranger's Apprentice by John Flanagan. That's who it is. By John Flanagan. And we're on chapter 8. Yeah, that's the one that's for the paperback. Alright. Sometime late in the afternoon, Holt finally ran out of jobs for Will. He looked around the cabin, noting the gleaming kitchen implements, the spotless fireplace, the thoroughly swept floor, and totally dust-free rug. A stack of firewood lay beside the fireplace, and another stack cut and split into shorter lengths filled the wicker basket beside the kitchen stove. Not bad, he said. Not bad at all. Will felt a surge of pleasure at the sparing praise, but before he could feel too pleased with himself, Holt added, "Can you cook, boy?" "Cook, sir?" Will asked uncertainly. Holt raised his eyes to some unseen superior being. "Why do the young people invariably answer a question with another question?" he asked. Then, receiving no reply, he continued, "Yes, cook. Prepare food that one might eat it. Make meals. I assume you do know what food is. What meals are?" "Yes," Will answered, careful to break any questioning's inflection out of the word. Well, I told you this morning, this is no grand castle. We want to eat food here. We have to cook the food here, Holt told him. There was that word again. We, Will thought. Every time so far that Holt had said that we must, it seemed to translate to mean you must. I can't cook, Will admitted, and Holt clapped his hands and rubbed them together. Of course you can't. Most boys can't, so I'll have to show you how. Come on. He led the way to the kitchen and introduced Will to the mysteries of cooking, peeling and chopping onions, choosing a piece of beef from the meat stave, trimming it and cutting it into meat cubes, then chopping vegetables, searing the beef in a sizzling pan, and finally adding a generous dash of red wine and some of what Holt called his secret ingredients. The result was a savory-smelling stew, simmering at the top of the stove. Now, as they waited for the dinner to be ready, they sat on the veranda in the early evening and talked quietly. The Rangers were founded over 150 years ago, King Herbert's reign. Do you know anything about him? Holt looked sideways at the boy sitting beside him, tossing the question out quickly to see his response. Will hesitated. He vaguely remembered the name from the history lessons of the ward, but he couldn't remember any details. Still, he decided he'd try his bluff his way through it. He didn't want to look too ignorant on his first day of the new master. Oh, yes, he said. King Herbert. We learned about him. Really? Noticed Ranger expansively. Perhaps you could tell me a little about him? He leaned back and crossed his legs, getting himself comfortable. Will cast around desperately in his memory, trying to remember even a shred of detail about King Herbert. He'd done something, but what? He hesitated, pretending to gather his thoughts. The king! That much he was sure of. And he glanced at Holt to see if he could stop now. Holt merely smiled and made a rolling gesture with his hands that meant to go on. He was the king 150 years ago, Will said, trying to sound certain of his facts. The ranger smiled at him, gesturing for him to continue yet again. Well, I seem to recall that he's the one who founded the Ranger Corps, he said hopefully, and Holt raised his eyebrows with mock surprise. Really? You recall that, do you? He said, and Will had a horrible moment when he realized the Holt had merely said the Rangers were founded during his reign, not necessarily by him. Well, when I say founded, the Rangers, I actually mean he was the king when the Ranger Corps was founded. Yep, he said. 150 years ago, Holt prompted. Will nodded emphatically. That's right. Well, that's remarkable, seeing how I just told you those facts a minute or so ago, the ranger said, his eyebrows coming down like thunderclouds over his eyes. Will thought it might be better. He had said nothing. Finally, the ranger said in a milder tone, Boy, you don't know something. Don't try to bluff your way through it. Simply tell me, I don't know. That clear? Yes, Holt, Will said, eyes downcast. There was a silence. Then he said, Holt, yes. About King Herbert, I don't really know, Will admitted. The ranger made a small snorting noise. Well, I never would have guessed, he said. But I'm sure you'll remember when I tell you that he was the one who drove the northern clans back to the border and to the highlands. And, of course, the moment he mentioned it, Will did remember. King Herbert was known as the father of modern Erluin. He had banded the 55s together into a powerful union to defeat the northern clans. Will could see a way to regain a little credit in Holt's eyes now. If he mentioned the father of modern Erluin title, maybe the ranger would. He sometimes is known as the father of modern Erluin, Holt was saying, and Will realized he had left it too late. He created this union between the 55s. It's still our structure today. I sort of remember that now, Will put in. He thought the addition of sort of helped it sound as if he wasn't just being wise after the event. Holt looked at him, one eyebrow raised, and continued. At the time, King Herbert felt that to remain safe, the kingdom needed an effective intelligence force. An intelligent force? Said Will. Not intelligent, intelligence. Although it does help you if you are intelligent, since force is also intelligent. Intelligent is knowledge of what your enemies, or your potential enemies, are up to. What they're planning, what they're thinking. You know that sort of thing in events. You usually come up with a plan to stop them, That's why he founded the Rangers. To keep the kingdom informed. To act as the eyes and ears of the kingdom. How do you know that? Will asked, his interest aroused now. Holt noted the change in tone and momentary gleam of approval in it touched his eyes. We keep our eyes and ears open. We patrol the kingdom and beyond. We listen. We observe. We report back. Will nodded himself, thinking. Then he asked, Is that the reason why you can make yourself invisible? Again, the ranger felt the moment of approval and satisfaction, but he made sure the boy didn't notice it. We can't make ourselves invisible, he said. People just think we can. What we do is we make ourselves very hard to see. It takes years of learning and practice to do it properly. But you already have some of the skills required. Will looked up, surprised. I do? When you crossed the castle yard last night, you used the shadows and the movement of the wind to conceal yourself, didn't you? Will nodded. Yes. He never met anyone before who actually understood his skill for moving without being seen. Holt continued. We use the same principle to blend into the background. We use it to conceal us, to become part of it. I see, said Will slowly. The trick is to make sure that nobody else does, Holt told him, and for a moment Will thought the ranger had made a joke. When he looked up, Holt was as grim-faced as ever. How many rangers are there? He asked. Holt and the Baron had referred to more than one ranger corps, but Will had only ever seen one, and that was Holt. King Herbert established the corps at 50, one for each of the 50 fiefdoms. I based here. My colleagues are based in the other 49 castles throughout the kingdom. In addition to providing intelligence and potential enemies, our rangers are the law keepers, said Holt. We patrol the fiefdom assigned to us and make sure that the laws are being obeyed. I thought Baron Errol did that, Will put in. Holt shook his head. Baron is a judge. He said people bring their complaints to him and to settle them. Rangers enforce the law. We take the law out to the people. If a crime is being committed, we look for evidence. We're particularly suited for the role, since people often don't realize we're around. We investigate to see who's responsible. What happens then? Will asked. Holt gave a small shrug. Sometimes we report back to the Baron in the fight, and he'll have the person arrested and charged. Sometimes it's a matter of urgency. We just deal with it. Well, what do we do? Will asked before he could stop himself. Holt gave him a long, considering look. Not much. If we've only been an apprentice for a few hours, he replied. Those of us who've been rangers for 20 years or more tend to know what to do without asking. Oh, said Will, suitably chastened. Holt continued. Then, in times of war, we act as special troops, guiding the armies, scouting them before them, going behind enemy lines, to cause the enemy grief and so on. He glanced down at the boy. It's a bit more exciting than working on a farm. Will nodded. Perhaps life as a ranger's apprentice was going to have its appeal after all. What sort of enemies? He asked. After all, Castle Redmond had been at peace for as long as he could remember. Enemies from within and without. Holt told him people like the Scandian Sea Raiders, or Margrath and his Wurgles. Will shivered, recalling some of the more lurid stories about Margrath, the Lord of the Mountains of Rain and Night. Holt nodded somberly as he saw Will's reaction. Yes, he said, Margrath and his Wurgles are definitely people to be worried about. That's why the Rangers keep an eye on them. We like to know that they're gathering. If they're getting ready for war. Still, said Will, as much as reassured himself as far as any other reason, the last time they attacked, the Baron's armies made mincemeat out of them. Ah, that's true. Holt agreed, but only because they had been warned of the attack. He paused and looked meaningfully at Will. By a ranger? The boy asked. Correct. It was a ranger who brought the word to Morgoth's. Wurgles were on their way, then led the cavalry across the secret ford, so they could flank the enemy. It was a great victory, Will said. It certainly was. It was all due to a ranger's alertness and skill and knowledge of the back trails and secret paths. My father died in that battle, Will added in a quieter voice, and Holt cast a curious look at him. Is that so? He said. He was a hero, a mighty knight, Will continued. The ranger paused, almost as if he was deciding whether to say something or not, and he simply replied, I wasn't aware of that. Will was conscious of the sense of disappointment. For a moment he had a feeling that Holt knew something about his father, and he could tell him the story of his heroic death. He shrugged to himself. That's why I was so keen to go to battle school, he said finally, to follow in his footsteps. You have other talents, Holt told him, and Will remembered the Baron saying so much the same thing to him the previous night. Holt, he said. The Rangers nodded for him to continue. I was sort of wondering. The Baron said you chose me. Holt nodded again, saying nothing, and both of you say I have other qualities. Qualities that make me suitable to be a ranger's apprentice. That's right, Holt said. Well, what are they? The ranger leaned back, linking his hands behind his head. You're agile. That's good in a ranger, he began. And as we've discussed, you can move quietly. That's very important. And you're fast on your feet. And you're inquisitive. Inquisitive? How do you mean? Asked Will. Holt looked at him sternly. Always asking questions. Always wanting to know answers, he explained. That's why I had the Baron test you with that piece of paper. But when did you first notice me? I mean, when did you first think of selecting me? Will wanted to know. Oh, said Holt. I suppose it was when I watched you steal those cakes from Master Chubb's kitchen. Will's jaw dropped open with amazement. You watched me? That was so long, ages ago. He had a sudden thought. Where were you? In the kitchen, said Holt. You were too busy to notice me when you came in. Will shook his head in wonder. He had been sure there was nobody in the kitchen. Then he remembered once again. Holt, wrapped in his cloak, could become virtually invisible. There was more to being a ranger, he realized, than how to cook and clean. I'm impressed with your skill, said Holt. But there was one thing that impressed me far more. What was that? Said Will. Later, when Master Chubb questioned you, I saw you hesitate. You were going to deny having stolen the cakes. But I saw you admit it, remember? He hit you on the head with his wooden spoon. Will grinned and rubbed his head thoughtfully. He could still hear the crack made by the spoon hitting his head. I wondered if I shouldn't have lied, he admitted. Holt shook his head very slowly. Oh, no, Will. If you'd lied, you'd have never become my apprentice. He stood up and stretched, turning to go indoors to the stew simmering on the stove. Now let's eat, he said. Alright, I'm going to get a drink. I'm going to take a sip of my drink. By the way, that was the end of the chapter. Shall we read chapter 9? I need to turn the light on, actually. I've got it turned off because it gets so hot in here, but... I can't have the light on, but the light's right on. Alright. Anybody want me to read another chapter? I'm not even bothering with the changing of the title at this point. Alrighty. We're flipping perspectives. Chapter 9. Horace dropped his pack on the floor at the dormitory and fell across his bed, groaning with relief. Every muscle in his body ached. He had no idea that he could feel so sore, so worn out. He had no idea that there were so many muscles in the human body that could feel this way. Not for the first time, he wondered if he was going to get through the 3 years of battle school training. He'd been a cadet for less than a week, and already he was a total physical wreck. When he'd applied for battle school, Horace had a vague notion of glittering armor-clad knights doing battle, while lesser folks stood by and watched it in awed admiration. Quite a few of those lesser folks in his mental picture had been attractive girls. Jenny, his year mate in the ward, had been prominent among them. To him, battle school had been a place of glamour and adventure. The battle school cadets were people that others looked up to and envied. And reality was something else. So far, battle school cadets were people who rose before the dawn and spent the hour before breakfast doing severe course of physical training, running, lifting weights, standing in lines of 10 or more to lift and hold heavy logs over their heads. Exhausted by all this, they were then returned to their quarters, where they had the opportunity to make a brief shower. The water was cold before making sure the dormitory in Ablish's block was absolutely spotless. Quarters inspection came after that, and it was painstaking. Sir Carroll, the wiry old knight who carried out the inspection, knew every trick in the book when it came to taking shortcuts and cleaning the dormitory, making your bed and stowing your kit. The slightest infringement on the part of one of the 20 boys in the dormitory would mean all their kits would be scattered across the floor, their beds turned over, the rubbish bins emptied on the floor, and they would have to turn it to and start again. and the time when they should have been having breakfast. As a consequence, new cadets only tried once to pull the wool over Sir Carol's eyes. Breakfast was nothing special. In fact, in Horace's opinion, it was downright basic. But if you missed it, it was a long, hard morning until the lunch hour, which, in keeping with the Spartan life of battle school, was only 20 minutes long. After breakfast, there were classes for 2 hours in military history, the theory of tactics, and so on. Then the cadets were usually required to run the obstacle course, a series of obstacles designed to test speed, agility, balance, and strength. There was a minimum time standard for the course. It had to be completed in under 5 minutes, and any cadet who failed to do so was immediately sent back to the start to try again. It was rare for anyone who completed the course without falling at least once, and the course was littered with mud pools, water hazards, and pits filled with nameless but unpleasant matter whose origin Horace didn't want to even think about. Lunch followed the obstacle course, but if you'd fallen during the run, you had to clean up before entering the mess hall, another of those famous cold showers. And that usually took half the time set aside for the meal break. As a consequence, Horace's overwhelming impressions of the first week of battle school were a combination of aching muscles and gnawing hunger. There were more classes after lunch than physical jerks, in the castle yard under the eye of one of the senior year cadets. Then the class would form up and perform close... Wait. There were more classes after lunch than physical jerks in the castle under the eye of the... Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. Then the class would form up and perform close order drills until the end of the school day, when they would have 2 hours to themselves to clean and repair gear and prepare lessons for the following day's class. Unless, of course, someone had transgressed during the course of the day, or in some way caused displeasure to one of their instructors or observers, in which case they would all be invited to load their packs with rocks and set out on a 12-kilometer run along the course mapped out through the surrounding countryside. Invariably, the course was nowhere near any of the level roads or tracks in the area. It meant running through broken, uneven ground, up hills and across streams, through heavily overgrown thickets where hanging vines and thick underbrush would claw at you and try to pull you down. Horace had just completed one such run earlier in the day. One of his classmates had been spotted in tactics. One, passing a note to a friend. Unfortunately, the note was not in the form of a text, but was an unflattering caricature of one of the long-nosed instructor who taught the class. Equally unfortunately, the boy possessed considerable skill as a cartoonist, and the drawing was instantly recognizable. As a result, Horace and his class had been invited to fill those packs and start running. He gradually felt himself pulling away from the rest of the boys. As they labored up the first hill, even after a few days, the strict regimen of battle school was beginning to show results with Horace. He was fitter than he'd ever been in his life. Added to that was the fact that he had the natural ability as an athlete. Though he was unaware of it, he ran with balance and grace. Where the others seemed to struggle as the run progressed, he found himself far in front of the others. He pounded on, heads up, and breathing evenly through his nostrils. So far he hadn't much chance to get to know his new classmates. He'd seen most of them around the castle or the village over the years, of course, but growing up in the war had tended to isolate him from the normal day-to-day life of the castle and village. War children couldn't help but feel different from the others, and it was a feeling that the boys and girls with parents still living reciprocated. The choosing ceremony was peculiar to ward members only. Horace was one of 20 new battle school recruits that year. The other 19 had come from what was considered the normal process: parental influence, patronage, or recommendation from their teachers. As a result, he was regarded as something of a curiosity, and the other boys had so far made no overtures of friendship, or even much attempt to get to know him. Still, he thought, smiling with grim satisfaction, he had beaten them all on the run. None of the others were back yet. He'd shown them all right. The door at the end of the dormitory crashed back on its hinges, and heavy boots standing on the bare floorboards. Horace raised himself on one elbow and groaned inwardly. Bryn, Alda, and Jerome were marching toward him between the neat rows and perfectly made beds. They were second-year cadets, and they seemed to have decided that their life's work was to make Horace's life miserable. Quickly he swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood up, but not quickly enough. "What you doing lying in bed?" Alda yelled at him. "Who told you it was lights out?" Bryn and Jerome grinned. They enjoyed Alda's verbal sallies. They weren't anywhere near as original, but they made up for their own lack of verbal invention with heavy reliance on physical side of things. 20 push-ups, Bryn ordered. "Now!" Horace hesitated for a moment. He was actually bigger than any of them. If it came to confrontation, he was sure he could beat any one of them. But they were 3, and besides, they had the authority and tradition behind them. As far as he knew, it was normal practice for second years to treat first-year cadets like this, and he could imagine the scorn of his classmates if he were to complain to authority about it. Not a good song for this. Nobody likes a crybaby, he told himself as he began to drop to the ground, but Bryn had seen the hesitation and perhaps even the fleeting light of rebellion in his eyes. 30 push-ups, he snapped. Do it now. His muscles protesting, Horace dropped full length to the floor and began the push-ups. Immediately he felt a foot of small up his back, bearing down on him as he tried to raise himself from the floor. Come on, baby. It was Jerome now. Put a bit of effort into it. Horace struggled through the push-up. Jerome had developed the skill of maintaining just the right amount of pressure. Any more and Horace would never have been able to complete the push-up, but the second-year cadet also kept pressing down as Horace started back down again. This made the exercise all the harder. He had to maintain the same amount of upward pressure as he lowered himself, otherwise he would be driven hard against the floor. Groaning, he completed the first, then started another. Stop crying, baby, Aldo yelled at him, and he moved to Horace's bed. Didn't you make this bed this morning? He yelled, Horace struggling again. Against the pressure of Jerome's foot, could only grunt in reply. What? What? Aldo bit so his face was only centimeters away. What's that, baby? Speak up. Yes, sir, Horace managed to whisper. Aldous shook his head in an exaggerated movement. No, sir, I think, he said, standing upright again. Look at this bed. It's a pigsty. Naturally, the covers were a little rumpled where Horace had dropped across the bed, but it would have taken only a second or two to straighten them. Grinning, Bryn cottoned on to Alda's plan. He stepped forward and kicked the bed over on his side, spilling mattress, blankets, and pillows across the floor. Alda joined in, kicking the blankets across the floor. Make the bed again, he yelled. Then a light gleamed in his eyes, and he turned to the next bed in line, kicking it over as well, scattering the bedclothes and mattresses as he'd done to Horace's. Make them all again, he yelled, delighted with his idea. Bryn joined him, grinning widely as they tumbled the 20 beds clattering across, blankets, pillows, and mattresses across the room. Horace struggled still through the 30 push-ups, gritted his teeth. Perspiration ran into his eyes, stinging them and blurring his vision. Crying, are you, baby? He heard Jerome yell. Go home and cry to Mummy, then. His foot shoved viciously into Horace's back, sending him sprawling on the floor. Baby doesn't have a mummy, Aldous said. Baby's a ward brat. Mummy ran off with a boat fellow. Jerome bent down to him again. Isn't that right, baby? He hissed. Did Mummy run away and leave you? My mother is dead, Horace grated at them. Angrily he began to rise, but Jerome's foot was at the back of his neck, thrusting his face against the hard boards. Horace gave up the attempt. Very sad, Aldous said, and the other two laughed. Now clean this mess, baby, or we'll have to rerun the course again. Horace lay exhausted as the three boys swaggered out of the room, tipping the footlockers over as they went, spilling his roommate's belongings onto the floor. He closed his eyes as salt perspiration stung its way into them again. I hate this place, he said, his voice muffled by the rough planks of the floor. That's the end of chapter 9. I mean, eventually, just to assure you, they do get dealt with later on. It takes a while. But it does get dealt with. Alright. Want another chapter? I think it goes back to Will now. Fair enough. It doesn't, like I said, they do get dealt with eventually, but it's important for later. Anyway, so I read chapter 10. And at this point, it does, by the way, flip back and forth between Will and what's going on with Will and Rodney to some extent. Anyway, I'll just start the next chapter. Time you learned about the weapons you'll be using, said Holt. They'd eaten breakfast well before sunup, and Will had followed Holt into the forest. They'd walked for about half an hour, the ranger showing Will how to glide from one patch of shade to the next. As silently as possible, Will was a good student in the art of unseen movement, as Holt had already remarked. He had a lot to learn before he reached ranger standard. Still, Holt was pleased with his progress. The boy was keen to learn, particularly when it was the matter of a field craft like this. It was a slightly different matter when it came to the less exciting tasks like map reading and chart drawing. Blah. Will tended to skip over details he saw as unimportant until Holt pointed out to him with some acerbity. You'd find these skills would become a little more important if you're planning a route for a company of heavy cavalry, and forgot to mention there's a stream in the way. Now they stopped in the clearing, and Holt dropped in a small bundle that had concealed beneath his cloak. Will regarded the bundle doubtfully. When he thought of the weapons, he thought of swords, battle axes, and war maces. The weapons carried by knights It is obvious that this small bundle contained none of those. What sort of weapons? Do we have swords? Will asked, his eyes glued to the bundle. The ranger's principal weapons are stealth and silence, and his ability is to avoid being seen, said Holt. But if they fail, then you may have to fight. So then we have a sword? Will said hopefully. Holt knelt and unwrapped the bundle. No, then we have a bow, he said, and placed it at Will's feet. Will's first reaction was one of disappointment. A bow was something people used for hunting, he thought. Everyone had bows. A bow was more of a tool than a weapon. As a child, he had made his fair share of them himself, bending a springy tree branch into the shape. And as Holt said nothing, he looked more closely at the bow. This, he realized, was no bent branch. It was unlike any bow that Will had ever seen. Most of the bow followed one long curve, like a normal longbow, but then each tip curled back in the opposite direction. Will, like most of the people in the kingdom, was used to the standard longbow, which was one long piece of wood bent into a continuous curve. This one was a good deal shorter. It's called a recurve bow, said Holt, sensing his puzzlement. You're not strong enough to handle a full longbow yet, so the double curve will give you an extra arrow speed and power, with a lower draw weight. I learned how to make one from the Timijai. Who are the Timijai? Asked Will, looking up from the strange bow. Fierce fighting men from the east, said Holt, and probably the world's finest archers. You fought against them? Against them, and with them for a time, said Holt. Stop asking so many questions. Will glanced down at the bow in his hand. Now that he was becoming used to its more unusual shape, he could see that it was a beautifully made weapon. Several shaped strips of wood had been glued together, with their grains running in different directions. They were a different thickness, and it was this that achieved the double curve of the bow. As the different forces strained against each other, bending the limbs of the bow into carefully planned pattern. Maybe, he thought, this really was a weapon after all. Can I shoot it? He asked. Holt nodded. If you feel that's a good idea, go ahead, he said. Quickly, Will chose an arrow from the quiver that had been in the bundle alongside the bow and fitted it to the string. He pulled the arrow back with his thumb and forefinger, aimed at a tree trunk some 20 meters away, and fired. Whack! The heavy bowstring slapped into the soft flesh of the inside of his arm, stinging like a whip. Will yelled with pain and dropped the bow as if it were red hot. Already a thick red welt was forming on his arm. It throbbed painfully. Will had no idea where the arrow had gone, nor did he care. That hurt, he said, looking accusingly at the ranger. Holt shrugged. You're always in a hurry, youngster, he said. That may teach you to wait a little next time. He bent to the bundle and pulled out a long cuff made of stiff leather. He held it onto Will's left arm so it could protect him. The bowstring. Ruefully, Will noticed that Holt was wearing a similar cuff. Even more ruefully, he realized that he'd noticed this before, but never wondered about the reason for it. Now try again, said Holt. Will chose another arrow and placed it on the string. As he went to draw it back again, Holt stopped him. Not with the thumb and forefinger, he said. Let the arrow rest between the first and second fingers of the string, like this. He showed Will how to knock the notch of the butt end of the arrow, actually clipped the string, and held the arrow in place. He demonstrated how to let the string rest on the first joint of the first, second, and third fingers, the first finger above the notch point, and the others below it. Finally, he showed him how to allow the string to slip loose so that the arrow was released. That's better, he said, and as Will brought the arrow back and continued, try to use your back muscles, not just your arms. Feel as if you're pushing your shoulder blades together. Will tried it, and the bow seemed to draw a little easier. He found he could hold it steadier than before. He fired again. This time he just missed the tree trunk he'd been aiming for. You need the practice, said Holt. Put it down for now. Carefully, Will laid the bow down on the ground. He was eager now to see how Holt would produce next from the bundle. These are ranger's knives, said Holt. He handed Will a double scabbard, like the one he wore on the left hand side of his own belt. Will took the double scabbard and examined it. The knives were set one above the other. The top knife was shorter of the two. It was thick, heavy grip made of a series of leather discs, set one above the other. There was a brass cross piece between the hilt and the blade, and it had a matching brass pommel. Take it out, said Holt. Do it carefully. Will slid the short knife from the scabbard. It was an unusual shape, narrow at the hilt, and tapered out sharply, becoming thicker and wider for 3/4 of its length to form a broad blade, the weight concentrated at the tip. For the tip, it seemed a steep reverse taper, created as a sharp point. He looked curiously at Holt. "It's for throwing," said the ranger. "The extra width in the tip balances the weight of the hilt, and the combined weight of the two helps drive the knife home when you throw it. Watch." His hand moved smoothly and swiftly to the broad-bladed knife. As it had its own ways, he flicked it up free from the scabbard, and in one smooth action sent it spinning toward a nearby tree. The knife thudded home into the wood with a satisfying knock. Will looked at Holt, impressed with the ranger's skill and speed. "How do you learn to do that?" he asked. Holt looked at him. "Practice." He gestured for Will to inspect the second knife. This one was longer. The handle was the same leather disc construction, and there was a short, sturdy crosspiece. The blade was heavy and straight, razor sharp on one side, thick and heavy on the other. "This is in case your enemy gets to close quarters," said Holt. "Although you're any sort of archer, he never will. It's balanced for throwing, but you can also block a sword stroke with the blade. It's made by the finest steelsmiths in the kingdom. Look after it and keep it sharp." "I will," said the apprentice softly, admiring the knife in his hands. "Similar to what the Scandinavians call a sax knife," Holt told him. Will frowned at the unfamiliar name, and Holt went on to explain further. "Both a weapon and a tool. A sea axe originally, but over the years the words sort of slid together to become sax. Mind you," he added, "the quality of the steels in ours is a long way superior to the Scandian ones." Will studied the knife more closely, seeing the faint blue tint in the blade, feeling the perfect balance. With its leather and brass hilt, the knife might be plain and functional in appearance, but it was a fine weapon, and, Will realized, far superior to the comparatively clumsy swords worn by the Castle Redmont warriors. Holt showed him how to strap the double scabbard to his belt so that his hand could fall naturally to the knife hilt. "Now," he said, "all you have to do is learn to use them. Now you know what that means, don't you?" Will nodded his head, grinning. "A lot of practice," he said. "Hmm?" Who knows? Though, to be fair, the whole concept is that rangers are stealth, right? I don't think rangers necessarily existed in the time period either, in the way that they exist here. By the way, that was the end of the chapter. Yeah. So it's that kind of thing where it's like, yeah. Anyway, so that was chapter 10. Are we wanting chapter 11 as well? Well, I mean, sort of. The concept is, again, this isn't normal steel. This isn't like something that everyone else is using, so you can't exactly steal it. Alright. Yeah, I can keep going. My voice is fine. I have water to drink while I do this. Chapter 11. Sir Rodney leaned on the timber fence surrounding the practice area as he watched the new battle school cadets going through their weapon drill. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his eyes scanning the 20 new recruits, but always returning to one in particular, a broad-shouldered, tall boy from the ward, whom Rodney had selected for the choosing. He thought for a moment, searching for the boy's name. Horace. That was it. The drill was a standard format. Each boy, wearing a chainmail shirt and helmet and carrying a shield, stood before a padded hardwood post the height of a man. There was no point practicing sword work unless you were burdened with a shield, helmet, and armor, as would be the case in battle, Rodney believed. He thought it was best for the boys became used to the restrictions that the armor and weight and of the equipment right from the start. In addition to shield, helmet, and mail, each boy also held a drill sword issued by the armor. The drill swords were made of wood and bore little resemblance to a real sword, aside from the leather-bound hilt and crosspiece on each. In fact, they were long batons, made of seasoned hardened hickory, but they were weighed much the same as a slender steel blade, and the hilts were weighted in approximately to the heft and balance of a real sword. Eventually, the recruits would progress to drilling with actual swords, albeit with blunted edges and points. But that was still some months away, by which time the less suitable recruits would have been weeded out. It was quite normal for at least a third of the battle school applicants to drop out from the harsh training of the first 3 months. Sometimes it was the boy's choice, for others it was at the discretion of his instructors, or, in extreme cases, Sir Rodney himself. Battle school was harsh, and standards were strict. The practice yard rang with the thudding of wood against the thick, sun-hardened leather padding of the practice posts. At the head of the yard, Drillmaster Sir Carroll called the standard strokes that were being practiced. 5 third-year cadets, under the direction of Sir Morton, as assistant drill master instructor, moved among the boys, attending to the detail of the basic sword strokes, correcting a wrong movement here, changing the angle of a stroke there, making sure the boy's shield wasn't dropping too far as he struck. It was boring, repetitive work under the hot afternoon sun, but it was necessary. These were the basic moves by which these boys might as well live or die at some later date, and it was vital that they should be so totally ingrained as to be instinctive. It was that thought that had Rodney watching Horace now, as Sir Carroll called the basic cadence. Rodney had noticed that Horace was adding an occasional stroke to the sequence, and yet managing to do so without falling behind in his timing. Carroll had just begun another sequence, and Sir Rodney leaned forward attentively, his eyes fixed on Horace. Thrust, side cut, backhand, side, overhand, called the drill master. Overhand, head, backhand. And there it was again. As Carroll called for the overhead backhand cut, Horace delivered it, but then almost instantly switched to a backhanded side cut as well, allowing the first cut to bounce off the post, to prepare him instantly for the second. The stroke was delivered with such stunning speed and force that in real combat the result would have been devastating. His opponent's shield, raised to block the overhead cut, would never have responded quickly enough to protect uncovered ribs from the rapid side cuts that followed. Rodney had become aware over the past few minutes that the trainee was adding these extra strokes to the routine. He had seen it first from the corner of his eye, noticing a slight variation in the strict pattern of the drill, a quick flicker of extra movement that was there and gone, almost too quickly to be noticed. "Rest!" called Carroll now, and Rodney noted that, while most of the others let their weapons drop and stood flat-footed, Horace maintained his steady position, the sword tipped slightly above waist height, moving on his toes in the break so not to lose his own natural rhythm. Apparently someone else had noticed Horace's extra stroke as well. Sir Morton beckoned over one of the senior cadets and spoke to him, gesturing quickly toward Horace. The first-year trainee, his attention still focused on the training post that was his enemy, didn't see the exchange. He looked up startled as the senior cadet approached and called him. "You there, post 14! What do you think you're doing?" The look on Horace's face was one of bewilderment and worry. No first-year recruit enjoyed being attention of any of his drill mates or their assistants. They were all too conscious of the 30% attrition rate. "Sir?" he asked anxiously. Not understanding the question, the senior cadet continued. "You're not following the pattern. Follow Sir Carroll's call, understand?" Rodney watched carefully, as convinced that Horace's bewilderment was genuine. The tall boy had made small movement of his shoulders, almost a shrug, but not quite. He was at attention now, the sword resting at his right shoulder, the shield up in parade position. "Sir?" he said again, uncertainly. The senior cadet was getting angry now. He hadn't noticed Horace's extra moves himself, and obviously assumed the younger boy was simply following out a random sequence of his own devising. He leaned forward, his face only a few centimeters away from Horace's, and said in a voice far too loud for the small amount of separation, "Sir Carroll calls the sequence he wants performed. You perform it. Understand?" "Sir, I did. I did," Horace replied, very red in the face now. He knew it was a mistake to argue with an instructor. He also knew that he had performed every one of the strokes Carroll had called. The senior cadet, Rodney saw, was now at a disadvantage. He hadn't actually seen what Horace had done. He covered his uncertainty with bluster. "Oh, you did you? Well, perhaps you might just repeat the last sequence for me. What sequence did Sir Carroll call?" Without hesitation, Horace replied, "Sequence 5, sir. Thrust, side cut, backhand side, overhand, overhand backhand." The senior cadet hesitated. He had assumed that Horace had simply been in a dream, hacking away at the post in any way he chose. But as far as he could remember, Horace had just repeated the previous sequence perfectly. At least he thought he had. The senior cadet wasn't altogether sure of the sequence himself by now, but the trainee had replied with no hesitation at all. He was conscious that all the other trainees were watching with some considerable interest. It was a natural reaction. Trainees always enjoyed seeing somebody else being berated for a mistake. It tended to draw attention away from their own deficiencies. What's going on here, Paul? Said Morton. The assistant drill master sounded none too pleased with the situation, with all this discussion. He'd originally ordered the senior cadet to reprimand the trainee for lack of attention. The reprimand should have been delivered by now, and the matter ended. Instead, the class was being disrupted. Senior Cadet Paul came to attention. Sir, the trainee says he performed the sequence, he replied. Horace was about to reply to the implication obvious in the emphasis the senior cadet placed on the word says. Then he thought better of it and shut his mouth firmly. Just a moment. Paul and Sir Morton looked around, a little surprised. They hadn't seen Sir Rodney approaching. Around them, the other trainees had also come to stiff attention. Sir Rodney was held in awe by all members of the battle school, particularly the newer ones. Morton didn't quite come to the attention, but he straightened a little, squaring his shoulders. Horace bit his lip in agony of concern. He could see the prospect of dismissal from battle school looming before him. First, he seemed to have alienated the 3 second-year cadets who were making his life a misery. Then he had drawn the unwelcome attention of Senior Cadet Paul and Sir Morton. Now this, the battle master himself, and to make matters worse, he had no idea what he had actually done wrong. He searched his memory, and he could distinctly remember performing the sequence as it had been called. Do you remember the sequence, Cadet Horace? Said the battle master. The cadet nodded emphatically, then realizing that this wasn't regarded as an acceptable response to a question from a senior officer, he said, Yes, sir. Sequence 5, sir. That was the second time he had identified the sequence, Rodney noted. He would have been willing to bet that none one of the other cadets could have said which sequence from the drill manual they had just completed. He doubted that the senior cadets would have been any better informed. Sir Morton went to say something, but Rodney held up a hand to stop him. Perhaps you could repeat it for us now, he said, his stern voice giving no hint of his growing interest he was feeling in this recruit. He gestured to the practice post. Take your position. Calling the cadets. Begin. Horace performed the sequence flawlessly, calling the strokes as he went. Thrust, side cut, backhand side, overhand, overhead, backhand. The drill sword thudded into the leather padding in a strict timing. The rhythm was perfect. The execution of the strokes was faultless. But this time, Rodney noticed there was no additional stroke. The lightning-fast reverse side cut didn't appear. He thought he knew why. Horace was concentrating on getting the sequence correct this time. Previously, he had been acting instinctively. Sir Carroll, attracted by Sir Rodney's intervention into a standard drill session, strolled through the ranks of trainees standing by their practice posts. His eyes arched a question at Sir Rodney. As the senior knight, he was entitled to such informality. The battlemaster held his hand up again. He didn't want anything to break Horace's attention right now, but he was glad Carroll was here to witness what he was sure was about to happen again. Again, he said in the same stern voice, and once again Horace went through the sequence. As he finished, Rodney's voice cracked like a whip. Again, and again Horace repeated the 5th sequence. This time, as he finished, Rodney snapped. Sequence 3. Thrust, thrust. Thrust, thrust, backstep, cross parry, shield block, side cut, Horace called as he performed the moves. Now Rodney could see that the boy was moving lightly on his toes, the sword with a flickering tongue that danced out and in and out and across. Without realizing it, Horace was calling the cadence for the moves nearly half as quickly as the drill master had been. Carroll caught Rodney's eyes. He nodded appreciatively, but Rodney wasn't finished yet. Before Horace had time to think, he called the 5th sequence again, and the boy responded, Thrust, side cut, backhand side, overhand, overhead, backhand. Backhand side, snapped Sir Rodney instantly, and in response almost of his own will, Horace's sword flicked in the extra deadly move. Sir Rodney heard the sound of the surprise from Morton and Carroll. They realized the significance of what they had seen. Senior Cadet Paul, perhaps understandably, wasn't quite so fast to grasp it. As far as he was concerned, the trainee had responded to an extra order from the battlemaster. He'd done it well, admittedly, and he certainly seemed to know which end of the sword was which. That was all the cadet had seen. Rest, Sir Rodney ordered, and Horace allowed the sword point to drop to the dust. Hand on the pommel, standing feet apart, with the sword hilt centered against his belt buckle, in the parade rest position. Now, Horace, said the battlemaster quietly, do you remember adding the backhand side cut to the sequence the first time? Horace frowned. An understanding dawned on his eyes. He wasn't sure, but now the battlemaster had prompted him to memory. He thought that maybe he had. Yes, sir, I think so. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to. It just sort of happened. Rodney glanced quickly at his drill masters. He could see they understood the significance of what had happened here. He nodded at them, passing a silent message that he wanted nothing made of this yet. Well, no harm done, but pay attention for the rest of the period and perform the strokes Sir Carroll calls. All right, for all. Horace came to attention. Yes, sir. He snapped his eyes toward the drill master. Sorry, sir, he added. Carroll dismissed the matter. A wave of his hand. Pay closer attention in the future, Carol nodded to Sir Rodney, and said seeing that the battlemaster wanted to be on his way. Thank you, sir. Permission to continue? Sir Rodney nodded assent. Carry on, drill master. He began to turn away. Then, as if he'd remembered something else, he turned back and added casually, Oh, by the way, could I see you in my quarters after class? Is our dismissed this evening? Of course, sir, said Carol, equally casually, knowing that Sir Rodney wanted to discuss this phenomenon, but didn't want Horace to be aware of his interests. Sir Rodney strolled slowly back to the battle school headquarters. Behind him, he heard Carol's preparatory orders. Then the repeated thud, 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 thud of wood on leather padding began once more. And that is the end of chapter 11. Whew. Chapter 12. Holt examined the target Will had been shooting at, and nodded. Not bad at all, he said. Your shooting is definitely improving. Will couldn't help grinning. That was high praise indeed from Holt. Holt saw the expression and immediately added, With more practice, a lot more practice, you might even achieve mediocrity. Will wasn't absolutely sure what mediocrity was, but he sensed it wasn't good. The grin faded, and Holt dismissed the subject with a wave of his hand. That's enough shooting for now. Let's go, he said, and set off striding down a narrow path through the forest. Where are we going? Will asked, half running to keep up with the ranger's long strides. Holt looked up at the trees above him. Why does this boy ask so many questions? He asked the trees. Naturally, they didn't answer. They walked for an hour before they came to a small collection of buildings buried deep in the forest. Will was aching to ask more questions, but he learned by now that Holt wasn't going to answer them, so he held his tongue and bided his time. Sooner or later, he knew, he'd learn why they'd come here. Holt led the way to the largest of the ramshackle huts, then stopped signaling for Will to do likewise. Hello, old Bob, he called. Will heard something moving inside the hut. Then a wrinkled, bent figure appeared in the doorway. His beard was long and matted, and a dirty white color. He was almost completely bald. As he moved toward them, grinning and nodding and greeting to Holt, nodding a greeting to Holt, Will caught his breath. Old Bob smelled like a stable, and none too clean one at that. Morning, dear Ranger, said old Bob. Who's this you brung to see me? He looked keenly at Will. His eyes were bright and alert, despite his dirty, unkempt appearance. This is Will, my new apprentice, said Holt. Well, this is old Bob. Good morning, sir, said Will politely. The old man cackled. Calls me sir. Here's that ranger calls me sir. Make a fine ranger, this one will. Will smiled at him. Dirty as he might be, there was something likable about old Bob. Perhaps it was the fact that he seemed to be no way overawed by Holt. He couldn't remember seeing anyone speaking to the grim-faced ranger in quite the familiar tone before. Holt grunted impatiently. Are they ready? He asked. The old man cackled again and nodded several times. Ready they are indeed, he said. Step this way and see them. He led them to the back of the hut, where a small paddock was fenced off. At the far side there was a lean-to shed, just a roof and supporting posts. No walls. Old Bob let out a piercing whistle that made Will jump. There they are, see, he said, pointing to the lean-to. Will looked and saw two small horses trotting into the yard to greet the old man. As they came closer, he realized that one was a horse and the other was a pony. Both were small and shaggy animals, nothing like a fierce, sleek battle horse that the Baron and his knights rode to war. The larger of the two trotted immediately to Holt's side. He patted its neck and handled an apple from the bin close by the fence. The horse crunched it gratefully. Holt leaned forward and said a few words in its ear. The horse tossed its head and neighed, as if sharing some private joke with the ranger. The pony waited by old Bob until he had given it an apple to crunch as well, then turned one large, intelligent eye on Will. This one's called Tug, said the old man. He looks about your size, don't he? He passed the rope bridle to Will, who took it and looked into the horse's eyes. He was a shaggy little beast. His legs were short but sturdy. His body was barrel-shaped. His mane and tail were ragged and unbrushed. All in all, as horses went, he wasn't a very impressive sight, thought Will. He'd always dreamt of the horse he would one day ride into battle. In those dreams, the horse was tall and majestic. It was fierce and jet black, combed and brushed until it shone like black armor. This horse almost seemed to sense what he was thinking and butted its head gently against his shoulder. I may not be very big, its eyes seemed to say, but I might just surprise you. Well, said Holt. What do you think of him? He was fondling the other horse's soft nose. They were obviously old friends. Will hesitated. He didn't want to offend anyone. He's sort of small, he said finally. So are you, Holt pointed out. Will couldn't think of an answer to that. Old Bob wheezed with laughter. He ain't no battle horse, is he, boy? He asked. No, he isn't, Will said awkwardly. He liked Bob, and he felt any criticism of the pony might be taken personally, but old Bob simply laughed again. Oh, he'll run away any of those fancy-looking battle horses into the ground, he said proudly. He's a strong one, this, and he'll keep going all day, long after them fancy horses have laid down and died. Will looked at the shaggy little animal doubtfully. I'm sure he will, he said politely. Will looked at the Holt leaned against the paddock fence. Why don't you see? He suggested. You're fast on your feet. Turn him loose and see if you can capture him again. Will sensed the challenge in the ranger's voice. He dropped the rope bridle. The horse, as if realizing that this was some sort of test, kicked lightly into the center of the small enclosure. Will ducked under the fence rails and walked softly towards the pony. He held his hand invitingly. Come on, boy, he said. Stand still there. He reached out his hand for the bridle, and the little horse suddenly wheeled away. It shied to one side, then the other, then sidestepped neatly around Will, and danced backward out of reach. He tried again. Again the horse evaded him easily. Will was beginning to feel foolish. He advanced on the horse, and it backed away, moving closer and closer to one of the other corners. And just when Will thought he had it, it nimbly danced to one side and was away again. Will lost his temper now and ran after it. The horse whinnied in amusement and romped easily out of his reach. It was enjoying this game. And so it went. Will would approach the horse, would duck and dodge and escape. Even in the close confines of the small paddock, he couldn't catch it. He stopped. He was conscious of the fact that Holt was watching him carefully. He thought for a moment or two. There must be a way to do it. He'd never catch a horse as light on its feet and fast-moving as this one. There must be another way. His gaze fell on the bin of apples outside the fence. Quickly he ducked under the rail and seized an apple. Then he went back into the paddock and stood stock still holding the apple out. Come on, boy, he said. Tug's ears shot up. He liked apples. He also thought he liked the boy. He played this game well. Tossing his head approvingly, he trotted forward and took the apple delicately. Will seized hold of the bridle, and the pony crunched the apple. A horse could be said to look blissful. This one did. Will looked up and saw Holt nodding approval. Well thought out, said the ranger. Old Bob elbowed the gray-cloaked man in the ribs. Clever boy, that, he cackled. Clever and polite. That'll make a good team with Tug, won't he? Will patted the shaggy neck and pricked up ears. He looked down at the old man. Why do you call him Tug? He asked. Instantly, Will's arm was nearly torn from its socket as the pony jerked its head back. Will staggered, then regained his balance. Old Bob's braying laugh rang out around the clearing. See if you can guess, he said delightedly. His laughter was infectious, and Will couldn't help smiling himself. Holt glanced up at the sun, which was fast disappearing behind the trees that furnished old Bob's clearing, and the meadows beyond. Take him to the lean-to, and Bob can show you how to groom him and look after his tack, he said. Then added to the old man, We'll stay with you tonight, Bob, if that's not inconvenient. The old horse handler nodded his head in pleasure. I'll be glad to have the company, Ranger. Sometimes I spend so much time with the horses, I just start to think when I'm myself. Unconsciously, he dipped a hand into the apple barrel and selected one, absent-mindedly crunching into it, much as Tug had done a few minutes earlier. Holt watched him, one eyebrow raised. We must be just in time, he observed dryly. Then tomorrow we'll see if Will can ride Tug as well as he can catch him, he said, guessing as he said it that his apprentice would be very little sleep that night. He was right. Old Bob's tiny cabin had only 2 rooms, so after their supper, Holt stretched out on the floor by the fireplace, and Will bedded down in the warm, clean straw of the barn, listening to the gentle whiffling sounds of the 2 horses. The moon rose and fell as he lay wide awake, wondering and worrying over what the next day might bring. Would he be able to ride Tug? He'd never ridden a horse. Would he fall off the minute he tried? Would he be hurt? Worse still, would he embarrass himself? He liked old Bob, and he didn't want to look foolish in front of him. Not in front of Holt, he realized with a little surprise. He was still wondering when Holt's good opinion had come to mean so much to him when he finally fell asleep. And that's the end of chapter 12. Well, Ooh. I mean, it's a good book, you know? Very engaging. Anyway, do we want to do a few... How many more chapters do we want to do? I know you guys would just have me read the rest of the book, but not doing that. You think? I mean, it's a good place to stop because it's a good happy thing. Otherwise, we'll have to go through a few more chapters. All right. I think that's gonna be where we finish for tonight. Yeah. I mean, it's a good book, like I said. And don't worry, we will read more again. Just, I need also to know what am I going to play tomorrow, guys? Oh, leave this disappear now. What do you guys sorry. What do you guys want me to play tomorrow? I didn't ask earlier. Anyway, I mean, I'm letting you guys think about it. I'm just searching right now. Alright. You want Java? Just plain Java? Water game? I'm not sure what you mean. Wait a second. I don't think it did. And I haven't really been doing it because, like I said, I've until like the hurricane season's over. I'm probably not doing that one just because well, I don't want to throw up. Yeah. I had a reason. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, we could do, or we could do, Vault Hunters. We could do Vault Hunters to finish off the week. Because tomorrow's Saturday for me. Alrighty, we'll do Vault Hunters and maybe we do some Dragon Slippers. Depending. Or we could do more Ranger's Apprentice, depending. It'll be up to you guys. Yeah. I mean, if I read tomorrow. I don't know if I will read or not, but we'll do Vault Hunters. And we'll see from there. Anyway, it's been a pleasure having you. I hope to see you again tomorrow for some Vault Hunters. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep, or if it's night for you. If not, I hope you have a wonderful day. Either way, I hope you have a wonderful day today. And yeah. Thank you for putting and all that. And yeah.